You are looking live at beautiful Winterholder Field here at Upland, Indiana for the final regular season series. This one features the 24th ranked Taylor Trojans and the Grace Lancers. My name is Rick Johnston. Starting pitcher today brought to you by Marion General Hospital. It's one of the front runners for Crossroads League Pitcher of the Year, Luke Shively, and he's a ball upstairs from getting a 1-2-3. Strikes to start the ball game off. Squares off with Patrick Danforth, the 6'1 junior outfielder out of Canby, Indiana. This one ripped to center field. Connor Crawford on a run, races back, makes the catch in deep center field for out number one.
Now batting the first baseman, number 12.
Shively on the season, a senior, fifth-year senior right-hander, 5'11", 175 pounds. A 9-1 overall record, took his first loss of the season in Game 1 of the series against Indiana Wesleyan last week. An ERA of just over 2.5. He struck out 84 and walked just 29 in his finest season as a hurler for the Taylor baseball team. So a fly out to center to start. He now squares off against Josh Pollock, the junior out of Granger, Indiana, a lefty who plays first base. First pitch is away, 1-0. Pollock, .312 batting average, 48 hits, 18 extra base knocks, paced by 14 doubles. Check swing left side, a bouncer. Penarski backs up, fumbles with it on the late hop, turns and fires. The first Bass reaches out, not in time, and Pollock is safe. A fielding error there on the third baseman, Michael Penarski. He backed up and then took a late hop that went off of his shoulder.
Number 25, Alex Rich.
And a runner on here for Grace in the top of the first. And the batter is Alex Rich, the junior out of Crown Point, Indiana. First swing is sent foul out of play to the right. The defense behind Shively here in game number one. Jacob Morrison left, Connor Crawford in center, Camden Knepp is in right. Michael Penarski's at third, Nick Rushi's at short, Mason David at second base, TJ Bass is at first, and Ben Cowball behind the plate. Second one, a fastball right down Main Street. It's 0-2 to the right-handed bat of Alex Rich, the former Crown Point Bulldog. Rich bats .354 as our day begins. Slugs .518 with 13 doubles, 4 triples, and a couple of homers. 0-2, Shively out of the stretch, opposite way as Cowball slides to his right, and the count sits at a ball and 2 strikes. Grace 17-29 on the season. They're 9th in the Crossroads League, 3 games back of 8th place St. Francis, with the Crossroads League tournament starting a week from right now. Fly ball to center field. Easy work for Crawford as he jogs forward, makes the catch, and there are 2 gone here in the top of the first with no score for the visitors from Winona Lake.
Got 2, boys, got 2.
Now batting the right fielder, number 34, Chris Griffin.
And here's the power lefty bat of Chris Griffin. A couple of years back, remember, it was Grace, the darling of the Crossroads League tournament. We're on the verge of making their first national tournament appearance in a while. Bunt here, low throw, Shively able to hold on to it is Bass as it danced around his mitt, but Bass able to hold on to it on the bunt try there from Griffin. We're through 1/2 inning and no score on the Trojan Sports Network. The Trojans work around a one-out error, and now they come up to bat for the first time here in the bottom of the first. The shortstop, Nick Ruschi, gets it going for the Trojans. The starter today for Grace is number 21, Evan Etchison, 6'2" right-hander, a 3-6 overall record. He starts his 11th game, and the big fella drops in a curveball in the outside corner for a called strike one. Opponents batting .234 against Etchison this season, an ERA of just over 4.4. 86 strikeouts to 39 walks. So you get to see two of the top strikeout men in the Crossroads League with Etchison and Shively on the hill. 1-1 to Shively, the lefty. A fastball at the knees is called for strike number 2. Ruschi, Colpine, Bass, Crawford, Morris, Knepp, Calbaugh, Panarski, and Mason David. Opposite way, up the left field line. If it's fair, it's good. It is fair. And this will be extra bases for the speedster, Nick Ruschi. Alex Rich fumbles with it in the left field corner, all the way in the farthest corner of the park. And Ruschi goes opposite way on a 1-2 pitch. And it's quickly. The Trojans have a runner in scoring position. Ruschi with his 20th double of his senior season. Colpine, one of the front runners for newcomer of the year in the Crossroads League. Not only hits for average, also has racked up a considerable amount of hits as well. The first pitch is a strike. Colpine batting .397 on the season, just a couple percentage points back for the batting title. Has 69 hits on the season, 12 doubles and a couple of homers. And oh, by the way, he also has driven in 40 runs, and he's the Trojans' leader in saves with 6. Not bad for your first season in college. 0-2 as Colpine fouls it away to the left. He's a 6'3", 190-pound freshman out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. Was 1 for 3 with an RBI in Game 3 of the Iowa series on Saturday, then went 0 for 4 in the finale as the Trojans went for the series win. They have split their last 3 straight series in the league. Fly ball to Alex Rich in left. He's going to sail over his head as he took a bad route. Ruschi can do cartwheels in from second if he wants. He and Colpine will switch places, and the Trojans take a 1-0 lead on back-to-back doubles to start the bottom of the first. So back-to-back doubles. There's a man on base for a young man that etched his name into the Taylor record books last week. Junior T.J. Bass with his 4th grand slam of the season. In Game 1 of the series, broke both the single-season home run and RBI total with 1 swing of the bat. He also a front-runner for Player of the Year this year. That's either head coach Kyle Gould. First one to Bass, lifts it out of play to the right. With Bass and Shively on that short list for the respective Player of the Year awards, it would get Coach Gould close to 20 of those awards during his 18 seasons here at Taylor University. Has had a pretty, had a decade-long streak of either a player or pitcher of the year on his club. Second one to Bass is low, 1-1. In recent years, we've seen Jared Atkins be named player of the year. Lincoln Reed. A year ago, Joe Moran, both the pitcher and newcomer of the year. And don't forget Mitch Eubler, who also was the reliever of the year a season ago. Off speed comes inside to Bass. He scoots back. It's called for strike 2. A ball and 2 strikes here for the power-hitting righty Bass. A .370 average, slug .740, 64 hits, 18 homers, and 73 runs batted in. Off the end of the bat, lifts it in the right field area. Griffin, the right fielder, was playing back. It's going to be Pollux at first. He's in foul territory on the grass, makes the catch above his head for the first out here in the bottom of the first for Taylor. But there's no time to breathe if you're Grace, because Basses flew out. Well, here's the cleanup man, Connor Crawford. Bats .291. He also with double-figure home runs with 13, and he has 63 runs batted into his name. So the Trojans' 3 and 4 hitters have combined for 31 home runs between them and over 136 runs batted in. It's pretty good. First pitch is a fastball smothered up by Sam Newkirk, 1-0. The defense behind Etchison, we've talked about Rich in left field, Patrick Danforth's in center, Chris Griffin's in right. Cal Curiel is at third, Austin Carr is at short, Braden McIntosh at second, and Pollock at first with Newkirk behind the plate. Curveball rolled to the left side to Carr at short. Backhand stop across the diamond, a high throw, but it's easy work as it drops down into the glove of Pollock for out number 2. So a hot start for the Trojans has cooled off here considerably. The back-to-back doubles by Ruschi And then Colpine, who still finds himself over at second base with Bass and Crawford being retired the last 2 times up. This one gets between the legs of Newkirk. Colpine up to third. And a strike here at the plate on the check swing from Morris. We want to send our well wishes to Taylor baseball manager Cole Cameron. Got hurt at practice yesterday. He's going to get prepped for surgery here in a little bit. We hope the best for Cole and a speedy recovery. For a guy that's helped us not only with the baseball program, but us up here in the SID department as well. Second run of this first inning, 90 feet away. Morris rolls to the right side. That brings it home right on cue like Jacob Morris, and I planned it. 2-0 on the RBI knock from Morris. His 34th one of his junior season, excuse me. And the 2-out rally starts, and here's Camden Knepp.
Now batting the right fielder, number 14, Camden Knepp.
Knepp, the lefty right fielder, calls Goshen, Indiana home. Went 1 for 3 in the last 2 games of the regular season. Well, this seemed to be the series finales against Iwu last week. Ball 1 on the pitch. Second one, called for a strike. Knepp, a .268 average this season. It's a 2-0 Taylor lead here in the bottom of the first. They throw it back to first base. Does Etchison, tries to hold Morris on the bag. Morris has yet to attempt a stolen base this season. Knepp, a .268 average as a sophomore, 38 hits and 11 extra base knocks. He's driven in 24. And is a guy that the Trojan coaching staff very excited about. Goes opposite way, tails out of play to the left. And it lands way near the field house for strike number 2. A ball and 2 strikes. The Trojans led this bottom of the first off with back-to-back doubles to produce the first run of the day. Then Morris knocked in Colpine after he advanced to third. Here's Morris heading to second base. The throw from Newkirk is low. Morris gets his first stolen base of the season, and as he slid, he sent Austin Carr's glove flying about 20 feet to the left. Carr takes a look at that forearm. Assistant coach Justin Love in his 4th season jogs out to take a look at his shortstop. Interesting note about Love, a graduate of Ball State University, was a teammate for 3 seasons with Taylor pitcher Cy Stanley's father, who was an absolute stud down there for the Cardinals during his time in Muncie. Taylor had athletic trainer Casey Hackman makes the jog out there. As traditional, Casey wearing shorts. He wears shorts any time of the year. It could be -20 outside. It could be 120, and Casey's rocking shorts just like he is today, and an athletic jog back in from short. Two balls, 2 strikes. First stolen base of the season for Morris. It's a 2-0 Taylor lead. Knepp, bouncer left side. Carr, backhand stop at short, on to first, and a good lean and a catch from Pollock. But Taylor pushes 2 across here in the bottom of the first, and we are through 1. And it's 2-0 Taylor here on the Trojan Sports Network. Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services. Bouncer left side, Penarski at third, Fields fires, 1 up and 1 down as the shortstop Austin Carr is retired. Just one base runner here through an inning and a third with Taylor out front. 2 zip here. Final regular season series today and tomorrow. They've had to do a little bit of dancing with the schedule here. The Saturday doubleheader thought to be played yesterday, but then better weather coming in tomorrow, so we moved it back, we moved it forward, we moved it up and down and all over. We're back to right where we started, Friday, Saturday. First one, an off-speed pitch inside to Curiel, freshman from Crown Point, Indiana, ball one. Taylor 2 games back of first place Mount Vernon Nazarene. Off-speed is high, 2-0. The Trojans need some help from Huntington here. The Trojans need a sweep and a 3-1 series win by the Foresters to give Taylor the outright league championship in the regular season and the bid to nationals that comes with it. Or you can win 4, they can split over at Mount Vernon, and then we get into the always fun tiebreaker scenario. 3-0, and a 4-pitch walk puts the second man on the bases today here for Grace as Curiel jogs down with his 11th free pass of the year.
For Grace, the catcher, number 5, Sam Newkirk.
And the batter is Sam Newkirk. Newkirk Sr. from Louisville, Kentucky. Shively checks on Curiel, who is 11 for 14 on stolen bases this season. Newkirk stands straight up and down. A fastball burns in for a called strike. Newkirk a .254 average this season, 33 hits, 7 doubles, and 5 home runs for the senior catcher from Louisville. Shively out of the stretch, sets the belt, nods at the shoulder, swing and a miss, almost spun Newkirk around, and it's 0-2. Shively out of the stretch, the 0-2 home. Half a swing and a sword goes around Newkirk. Strikeout number 1 of the day for Shively, and there's 2 gone here in the second.
Now batting the designated hitter, number 29, Josh Cosme.
Josh Cosme, the freshman from Bolingbrook, Illinois, and Wheaton Academy. Bats out of the 8th spot, and he's the DH today for the Lancers. Rests that bat on his back right shoulder with Shively still out of the stretch, right in the middle of the rubber. A breaking ball misses away, ball 1. Two 2-0 hole for Grace here in the top half of the second. Game 1 set to go 9 innings. Game 2 will go 7. A low one, good covered by Cowball, 2-0. Taylor head coach Kyle Gould will move Camden Knepp in from right field. The wind blows out hard towards the left field wall where Morris is operating today. Backing away, and now it's 3-0 for the DH Cosme. A .231 average for the 6'3 freshman. 2 doubles and 2 homers. A low strike at the knees, inner half for a must-needed strike 1. Grace in the road gray uniform today with black numbers and black letters. And some guys have hiked the gray pants up to their knees, showing off their black socks with the red and white stripes. 3 balls and a strike to Cosme. Runner goes. Cowball, strike at the plate. Good throw down. David with the tag, and he is out. Cowball throws out his 12th man of the year. His brother Brody's going to like that. And we head to the bottom of the second with Taylor still out front, 2-0. 1.5 innings in the books here from beautiful Winter Holder Field. The Trojans in the home whites today as they begin the regular season home finale. Off-speed pitch drops in for ball 1 here to Cowball. The Trojans come in second place in the Crossroads League standings. They will host the league tournament next week that starts here on Friday. They'll go Friday, Saturday, then Monday, Tuesday with a second automatic bid to the national tournament on the line. High bouncer left side. Coriel jumps. It goes off of his mitt. And Cowball is safe at first with ease. He smacked that one high off the artificial turf surface, bounced like a basketball. And that's going to be an E5 over on the third baseman, Coriel. Drew Loy, the freshman speedster outfielder, comes in to run for Cowball with the courtesy runner in effect here in the NAI for the catcher, Cowball. Batter is the Manchester transfer, Michael Panarski, righty third baseman. Blasted his second home run of the season in the finale against Indiana Wesleyan last week. The Trojans had 3 home runs in that fourth and final game. The problem was Panarski led the inning off with one, and then the other 2 the very next inning. As the first pitch is called for a strike. We're both with nobody on the bases, and that was one of the talking points we had with head coach Kyle Gould. After the 2 games on Saturdays, the Trojans split their 3rd straight league series. Spring Arbor, Mount Vernon, and now Indiana Wesleyan last week. Second one to Panarski's a ball. He talked about, you love the home runs. The problem is you can't pick when you're going to get them. Curveball that Panarski sits back on, but he lifts it out to play foul to the vacated parking lot. You can hear the sweet sound of the ball hitting concrete instead of somebody's car, so everybody good for at least one more foul ball. 1-2 to Panarski, who bats .219. Lloyd, the 6'2 freshman from Lafayette, stands at first as he runs for Cowball. Swing and a miss Panarski. He's down on strikes. First K of the day for Etchison. And there's one gone for Taylor as they lead 2-zip here in the bottom of the second. And the batter is the freshman Mason David out of Bloomington, Indiana.
Now batting the second baseman, number 15, Mason David.
You've seen David and Drew Loy both start last week for the Trojans after the lower body injury to Cade Vandermolen has forced the Trojans to shift some things around. First pitch is a strike. We've normally seen TJ Bass catch and play right field, but with Vandermolen out and he's been the starting first baseman, they check on Loy at first. With no Vandermolen, who is starting to make a little bit of a comeback here. He is dressed today for these doubleheaders here on a Friday. 1-1 after the pitch misses high and in. But it's a interesting move. The Trojans are deep, but had to play some guys out of position in the last 5 games, including today, which would make it 6. Etchison misses high. It's 2-1. David bats out of the 9-hole. Freshman from Bloomington, .223 average with 21 hits. He's driven in 12, and he's got a man at first as Lloyd takes a healthy lead over there. Stays at the base. Backdoor breaking ball drops in to make it 2-2. Good pitch there from Etchison as he started that one at David's left shoulder. Loy 1 for 3 on stolen bases this year, but has scored 25 runs. Righty versus righty matchup. Fastball, back pick, throw down. Good scoop on the low throw by Pollock, the first baseman. Full count to David, 3-2. So he tries to turn the lineup over to the top and Nick Ruschi. It's a 2-0 Taylor lead. They were the beneficiaries of back-to-back doubles to lead off the first inning. And then Morris drove in the second run of the afternoon with a 2-out knock through the right side. Loy stays, a little slapper towards center field. Good read and a leaning catch by the center fielder Danforth. And there's out number 2 as Loy remains over at first. A little half swing there from David as he bats out of the 9 spot. Good path from Danforth. Came in, able to make the catch on the lean for out 2.
Now batting for Taylor, the leadoff man and shortstop, number 3, Nick Ruschi.
Now this is where things got interesting for Taylor in the first. The 2 doubles to start were Ruschi, who bats here, then Colpine, who's on deck. Etchison, the righty out of the stretch, fires over to Loy at first. The stolen base from Morris in the first inning was the 93rd allowed by the Grace team this season. The Trojans come in with just 41 swipes on the year. Fastball high, 1-0 to Ruschi, who bats with 2 outs. So it'll be interesting to see throughout this series how many times do the Trojans try to test the catchers for Grace. Curveball away, 2-0. The double for Ruschi was his 20th one of his senior season. Knocked his second home run in Game 3 of the series, a grand slam that got over the left field fence. Runner stays inside, and it clips the knees for strike one to make it 2-1. Taylor was really strong in their 2 wins against Indiana Wesleyan, batting either at .500 or above it with 2 outs. They struggled in that category with 2 outs. In game 4, Ruschi fouls out a play to the left. It's 2-2 for the Trojan shortstop. The lefty bat against the right-handed throwing Etchison here in the bottom of the second with Taylor out front by a deuce. Backdoor pitch. Ruschi laces it into left field, but right at Alex Rich. And the Trojans leave the leadoff runner stranded. They lead 2-0 after 2 here on the Trojan Sports Network. Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland. One and one here in the third inning. Grace finds themselves down by a pair in their gray uniforms. Smack to center field. Crawford runs in. He makes the catch above his head. As they square off with Cosme for the second time. He was the one batting when Curiel was thrown out trying to steal second. One gone here early in the third.
Now batting the second baseman, number 42.
Shively has been stellar this year. In his previous 12 starts, just 2 starts with no decisions. Just 3 starts with no decisions. And 2 starts with no decisions and the 1 loss. For Luke this season. Came back, the 5th-year senior, along with Noah Huseman, who we presume will start game number 2. Ball 1 high here to Braden McIntosh out of Roseville, California. Has the black hood of his undershirt sticking out the back of his gray uniform. Up the right field line, just foul by a whisker, and that would have been extra bases easily for the second baseman with net playing far in from the line in right field. So the Trojans avoid danger here. It's a ball and a strike for the batter, Braden McIntosh. 5 for 42 is McIntosh this year, plays in his 22nd game and starts his 11th. Grace led by Ryan Roth, his 4th season at GC, his 3rd as the head man. 1-1, roll over left side to the left of the bag, and Panarski fields it in foul ground for strike 2. Grace hoping for some late regular season magic here against second place Taylor as they try to qualify for next week's Crossroads League tournament. The Trojans hoping for a regular season title and an auto bid to nationals. Fastball up, 2-2. It's a 4-team race with Huntington and Indiana Wesleyan just 2 games back of Taylor. Roll a little ground ball right side on a check swing from McIntosh, foul. Iowa and Huntington 4 games back of first place Mount Vernon. Indiana Wesleyan has got Marion this weekend for 4. We already talked about Huntington and Mount Vernon Nazarene. So if we get a little wild here, we could see a way that Iowa and Huntington could find their way to become a regular season champ, but they need a lot of help both from Mount Vernon Nazarene and from Taylor. Foul ball out of play to the right as McIntosh battles here. It's 2-2. He's fouled off the last 2 pitches with 2 strikes. McIntosh 0 for 3 with a strikeout and a hit by pitch in the 7-2 Lancer win Tuesday at home against IU Kokomo. McIntosh chokes up, nobody on, and Shively misses low and away to the righty. Full count sits 3-2. One gone here in the third. Taylor leads 2-0 in game 1 of the 4-game series. Wind blows out. Smack to center field. Crawford right there. Goes back a couple paces. Another catch for the center fielder, Connor Crawford. He has 4 putouts here in the first 2 2/3. And there are 2 gone as we go back to the top of the order for Grace.
Man, it's center fielder, number 2, Patrick Danforth.
Back to the top we go in the center fielder, Patrick Danforth. Shively out of the stretch, the righty home, and the first one is fouled. Danforth was the first one to fly out to Crawford this afternoon to lead the ball game off. Just 2 base runners in total, a walk and an error here for Grace here in the first. Taylor 32-16, 12-5 here at home. Grace just 3-11 on the road. Second one to the gap in left center field. Crawford's got to get on his horse. It drops in for the first hit of the day. Crawford fires it in, trying to get to his Danforth. Tag applied, and he is safe as the ball just pops out of the mid of David. A wonderful throw from Crawford in left center field, but as David came in to apply the tag, the cleats of Danforth jarred the ball loose, and it's a 2-out double for Grace on their first hit of the afternoon.
Now batting the first baseman, number 12, Jeff Powell.
So a tough break there for Shively. Gave up his first hit, and it goes for extra bases. Danforth with his 10th double of the season for the new all-time hits leader in a single season. That happened on Tuesday for the man that finds himself at second base. The batter is the big lefty Jeff Pollock, who plays first base. Waggles the bat with his red batting gloves, and the first one's a fastball high, 1-0. 2-0 deficit for Grace in the top of the third, with 2 gone and a runner at second base. Wind blows from right to left on this overcast Friday afternoon. Second one, and a balk is called against Shively, and moved Danforth up to third base. So a ball at the plate here to Pollock, a tough break for Shively. And one of the rare balks called against the Trojans here, just a third one against the staff. Fouled way out of play to the left, 1-1 to Pollock. Former third baseman Brett Lawson, along with former manager Nathan Martin, enjoying the doubleheader today off to our left. 1-1. A little frisbee breaking ball at the top of the letters that spell Grace in black on the front of that gray jersey makes it 1-2. A ton of alumni back on Saturday, and rightfully so. The Trojans playing their cross-county foes, Indiana Wesleyan, and the temperatures floated with 80 degrees throughout the whole day. A little bit cooler, a little bit less sunny today, but still really, really nice, particularly if that wind would die down a little bit. We'll get to the low 60s before the end of the day, but that wind whipping up makes it feel closer to the low 50s. A ball and 2 strikes to Pollock, runner at third, and Shively misses upstairs, 2-2. Pollock reached on the fielding error by Panarski at third for the first base runner in the first inning. 2-out double for Danforth. A safe lead for him at third with 2 outs in the third frame. Swing and a miss. Pollock missed it. Cowball picks it up. It's going to be a tight play at first. Bass reaches up. Kept his foot back on the bag right before Pollock scored. Pollock got in safely. So the Trojans avoid disaster here. Their lead of 2-0 is still intact.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
The strike to Caleb Colpine, the Taylor DH. Lefty, righty, righty for Taylor with Bass and Connor Crawford to follow. Taylor leads 2-0. Colpine a soft foul to the right. 0-2. His RBI double broke the scoring open in the first to make it 2-0 Trojans. 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 error for Taylor. No runs, 1 hit, and an error for the Lancers of Grace. The pitcher is the starter, Evan Etchison. 0-2 out of the windup. Colpine opposite way out of here. But thankfully does not land on the turf of Turner Stadium, so whoever has to go get it does not have to travel that far. Swings at a breaking ball here, dropped by Newkirk, but he picks it up and tags him out. Colpine down on strikes for the first time here today. He's 1 for 2. First out recorded here in the bottom of the third. And the batter is TJ Bass.
Number 11, TJ Bass.
Ball 1 to start to Bass, who's 0 for 1, popped out to Pollock, his first base counterpart, in foul territory for the first out of the first inning. Second one in there to make it 1-1. Bass collected a single hit in both games to finish up the series against Iowa last week. Had a 2-run homer in the third of Game 3, and then it went 1 for 4 in Game 4. Fights it off here, bouncing it off of home plate. It's 1-2. Taylor in the home white jerseys, white pants. Gold numbers, gold letters, the purple trim. Here on this cloudy Friday afternoon. Bass down 1-2. Etchison comes home. A backdoor breaking ball gets Bass to swing and miss. A wonderfully thrown pitch by Etchison on a backdoor pitch. It's quickly 2 outs for the Trojans here in the third on back-to-back Ks from the Grace righty. This has been a series the Trojans have dominated going back to 2006. A 43-3 advantage for the Trojans in the 46 games played, including 28-1 here at home. A strike to Crawford. That lone loss, we'll have to go back and look. That lone loss might have been during that magical run for Grace in the league tournament a couple of years back when they did defeat the Trojans out of the winner's bracket during that CL tournament. John. Another backdoor breaking ball, this time a curveball from Etchison, and Crawford quickly down 0-2. Ever since that leadoff error for Cowball, it's been 5 straight retired by Etchison, who's found a nice groove. Fastball pops the glove of Newkirk, but it's outside the zone, and it sits at 2-2. He's only allowed the 2 base runners since the back-to-back doubles to start the game off in the first. Off speed, but low and away. Now 3-2 as Taylor tries to get their 3rd base runner on in the last 3 innings with 2 outs. It was Morris's RBI single in the first. Crawford up the middle, and that is his first hit of the day, and it extends the bottom of the third. And the batter is the aforementioned Jacob Morris.
Now batting the left fielder, number 35, Jacob Morris.
Strike 1 to start here with Morris. Lefty stands right back in, does not need to step out and adjust the glove. Etchison out of the stretch. Curveball quickly 0-2 as Morris looked at both of them drop in. Crawford at first after the 2-out single. It's a 2-0 Taylor lead here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Etchison quickly works. 3rd one, low. Crawford heads, a late throw. Newkirk nowhere close as he had to throw it from his knees. Crawford wisely swipes his 5th bag of the year. Taylor 2 for 2 here on stolen bases, and a runner in scoring position here for the home team as Morris gets ready for the 1-2 from Etchison. There's a low cover from Newkirk, but a slow throw back to the pitcher, Etchison, and Crawford took advantage. 4th one to Morris, checks his swing up high. They appeal. Nope. 2-2. Close. The 2-2 with 2 gone. Backdoor breaking ball. Morris goes opposite way, and it just lands foul. Good attempt there from Morris to sit back. The Trojans have had advantage today. Both of their doubles have been from the lefties, Ruschi and Kolping, both going to left field. And Morris tried to become the third lefty bat for the Trojans to double opposite way today. Instead, he walks back and picks up that black bat. He's got a lefty Camden Knepp on deck. Crawford at second base after the 2-out single and a stolen bag. The 2-2 again from Etchison. Fastball up the middle, bounces just underneath the dive of Carr at short. Crawford's got to get on his horse as Danforth throws in from the outfield. Crawford scores standing up, and that's back-to-back RBI single for Morris, and it's 3-0 home team.
Now batting the right fielder, number 14, Cam Knapp.
Good to see Morris have a good start to this ball game off. Played pretty well in those first 2 games at Mount Vernon Nazarene. Fastball to letters. Knepp takes for a strike. Well, the Trojan offense went quiet in games 3 and 4 in Ohio. But if you add Morris out of the 5 spot, you really couldn't get a breather after trying to get through Bass and Crawford to bat 3 and 4. Ball 1 to Knepp. Came in as a 2-way guy that also did a little bit of pitching, but the Trojans have made the switch after Knepp got banged up a little bit a year ago. Sees his time primarily as an infielder and an outfielder. He's in right field today, but we do not be surprised to see Knepp taking some time at both third base and second base. High, 2-1. Three 3-0 Taylor here in the bottom of the third. They've wrapped out 5 hits today, including 2 doubles. 2 hits here in the inning. Big fella Morris bounces away from Newkirk. He's on to second base, and Morris is standing up. And the Trojans have another runner in scoring position. It's 3-1 here to Knepp with the catcher Cowball on deck. Wild pitch from Etchison, his 8th one of the season. Makes his 13th appearance and his 11th start of the year for the 6'2 righty. 3-1, big ol' lead for Morris at second. The middle infielders McIntosh at second and Carr at short. Don't need to hold him on with 2 outs, but that can let Morris walk out that secondary lead a little bit. 3-1 to Knepp, left side, a little boogie move from Morris to get away from it. It rolls into left center field. Morris has his sights set on second. He's in there standing up, and it's back-to-back 2-out RBI singles, and the Trojans have found their rhythm. They're up 4-0. Wise move there from Morris, not to just run immediately on contact. If he did, that ball would have plunked him right in the stomach, and he would have been called out. Instead, he scores from second base. Knepp is at first, and here's Ben Cowball. Wind blows in his favor, hard out towards left field. Curveball from Etchison, dots the outside corner, strike 1. Cowball reached on the fielding error by Curiel at third. Goes opposite way, skyscraper foul ball. 2 strikes to Cowball. There's back-to-back strikeouts for Kolping and Bass, and then the Crawford 2-out single. Morris and Knepp have followed with singles of their own. The first 2 men have come around to score, and Taylor's lead has grown to 4. 0-2, Cowball the catcher with a good eye. It's 1-2. Been .227 average as the day begins. Finished the IWU series strong, going 3 for 7 with a double and a solo home run. Hits it hard towards center field. Danforth there, back and comes forward. He makes the catch on the jog, and Cowball ends the bottom of the third. But 3 straight singles with 2 outs add 2 more runs for the Trojans, and it's 4-0 Trojans after 3 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
A couple more runs have come home for the Trojans. Their lead is now at 4-0 over Grace as we are just underway here in the fourth. Luke Shively, the senior starter on the hill. 3, 4, and 5 up for the Lancers. And there's strike one to make it 1-1. The batter is Alex Rich. He's flown out to Crawford for his only plate appearance of the day. Roll over left side to Rushi at short. Field sets those feet, fires it across the diamond, and Bass able to reach out and make the play for out number one.
Now batting the right fielder, number 34, Chris Griffin.
First one fouled away by the big man, Griffin, strike one. Griffin was one of the offensive spark plugs for Grace during that Crossroads League tournament a couple years back. Lefty right fielder. Shively, the righty, comes in to the batting gloveless Griffin. Turns around and gets an explanation on where the strike was. It's 0-2. One out, no one on here for Grace in the top of the fourth. They find themselves down 4-0. Fastball away, taken the whole way is Griffin. It's 1-2. Shively, the righty out of the stretch, sets and comes home. Griffin skyscrapes it to the left side. Penarski's got to get on his horse as he runs over shoulder, foul ground, runs out of room. And that one hit the concrete and then careened hard out towards Turner Stadium. Good communication by the Taylor dugout and the rest of the folks playing defense to make sure Penarski knew how much room he had, so he didn't run barreling into that chain link fence. Also, actually probably to work with the gate and the post that allowed the Trojans to bring the batting turtle out when they have to take batting practice with people on Turner Stadium. 1-2 to Griffin, one out, nobody on here in the fourth. Swing and a miss on a fastball up high, and Griffin jogs back to the dugout, the third strikeout victim for the righty Luke Shively today.
Stepping into the box for Grace is the shortstop, number 10, Austin Carr.
4-0 hole is what the folks from Grace find themselves in here. And it's a strike here to start things off to Austin Carr, the shortstop. Grace tries to avoid their first 1-2-3 inning here of the afternoon. Shively would love his first 1-2-3 frame. Bounces in the second one to make it 1-2. A ground out and a strikeout here as Carr steps in the 1-1. Checks his swing, it goes to the netting, 1-2. Shively readies. Straight up and down is Carr, the righty bat. 1-2, swing and a miss. And that's a 1-2-3 fourth as Shively strikes out the last two men of the inning. We're through 3.5 here from beautiful Winter Holder Field as Taylor 4, Grace nothing on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
8, 9, and 1 up for Taylor here in the bottom of the fourth. Penarski, David, and then Ruschi as the Trojans lead 4-zip. Swing and a miss on the backdoor curveball. Etchison's used that pitch well today, and it's a strike here to Penarski. 4 runs on 6 hits, 1 error for Taylor. Etchison misses low, and it's 1-1 to Penarski, who struck out his first at-bat of the day. We talked about the 2-out hits for the Trojans. They've been really strong in that category today. Penarski skies it foul territory, and running out of room is Pollock, the first baseman, and the count goes to 1-2. Penarski, the third baseman, leads off the bottom of the fourth, pulls one to the left, and it bounces foul. Still 1-2. Etchison bounces it in just in front of home plate. Might have gotten a piece of the dish as it bounced hard back to the backstop. 2-2 as Ruschi comes out of the dugout to pick up that loose baseball. Penarski hard hit, diving, stopped by the third baseman Curiel for out number 1 on a nice play by the third baseman. Good job by Cal to bounce back after the fielding error earlier in the game. 1 out. Update from Ohio, Mount Vernon all over Huntington in game 1 of their 2-game series. They're up 9-0 in the bottom of the 6th. Remember, the Trojans need Huntington to help them out. They need to take at least 2, and the Trojans need to sweep to end up being tied for the regular season championship, and then we'll figure out tiebreakers and everything else if we can get to that point. Curveball outside corner, a strike here to David. If the Trojans unable to win all 4, or if Mount Vernon would take 3 of 4 against Huntington and win that series, the Cougars would be the regular season champ. David in the air to center field on the dead run, and Danforth makes the catch about chest high. He started way back and came all the way into the gap and forward as well into the better part of left field. 2 hard hit balls, but 2 outs for Taylor here in the fourth.
Come on, Nick.
So here's the top of the order, and Nick Ruschi.
Back up for the Trojans is the shortstop, number 3, Nick Ruschi.
Ruschi 1 for 2. 2 outs, nobody on, bottom of the fourth. Taylor up by 4. Curveball low, 1-0. Nick's brother Adam was on the 2012 UIndy team that went to the D2 World Series, so Ruschi coming from a baseball family. 2-0 here as he watches Etchison miss away. Nick, a 5'10", 170-pound senior, has a hit in 3 straight games. This one at the knees, nicely placed from Etchison on the outer half to make it 2-1. Taylor's been good today with 2 outs. They're 4 for 7 with 2 outs today. Inside pitch almost clipped Ruschi on the right elbow. He pivots away, and it's 3-1. Taylor got 3 hits with 2 outs in the third. And they had the 1 knock by Morris in the first. Ruschi left side. Let's make it 5 for 8 with 2 outs. Second knock of the day for Ruschi. Rounds first hard on that slow roller in the grass in left field that just got cut yesterday. And Taylor tries to start another 2-out rally with their 7th hit here of the day. There's a single that started the fun for Taylor last inning. A single tries to start some more fun here in the fourth. The batter is the DH, Caleb Colpine. Curveball. Inside for a strike at the knees for the lefty Colpine. Doubled home Ruschi from second in the first, then struck out swinging to lead off last inning. Beautiful backdoor curveball that started above Caleb Colpine's head and then came in and painted the outside corner. 0-2 for the Taylor DH. 17 in white with the speedster Ruschi taking a lead at first. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, and Colpine down on strikes for the second time today. No 2-out rally here for Taylor in the fourth, but they lead 4-0 as we are at the top of the fifth next here on the Trojan Sports Network.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Top of the fifth, Curiel to his third base counterpart Penarski on a 1-0. Floats it all across to first, Bass with a snag, and Curiel retired for the first time here today.
Now batting the catcher, number 5, Sam Newkirk.
And here's the catcher, Sam Newkirk. Grace bats here in the fifth. They trail 4-0. Final regular season series of the year for both teams. Taylor already in the Crossroads League tournament. Grace tries to make their way in there. If they could take all 4 games from Taylor here, that would really set them up. But they're going to need some help from St. Francis, who's got a 3-game cushion for that 8th spot. Big line drive to Morrison left. He ranges his right arm left. Makes the catch above his head for a quick out, number 2. 3 pitches and 2 outs. If you look at things here, Shively has thrown now just 52 pitches here as he starts the top of the 5th. On the other side, Etchison, the starter for Grace, has thrown 83 in 4. And that is why some activity begins in the Grace pen. Here's the DH, Josh Kosme. Curveball, corner, strike 1 to the righty. Taylor head coach Kyle Goulden's 18th season. Watching Luke Shively go ahead 0-2. Shively's father was Coach Gould's high school coach back in northern Indiana. And the 0-2. Off the end of the bat, we'll do it again. Shively looks for his second straight 1-2-3 inning as he tries to retire his 7th batter in a row. It would be 7 straight after giving up the lone hit of the day. The double from Danforth with 2 outs in the 3rd. 4th one from Shively. Low. Good look at it from Kosme. 1-2 now. One, 2, nobody on, 2 outs. A liner foul. Game 1 of the 4-game series. We'll go 9 here, go 7 in game 2, and then we're back here for the final 2 games of the regular season tomorrow starting at 1. Kosme shakes out that right arm with a gray sleeve coming out of that lighter gray uniform. Ball and 2 strikes, pop up over our heads in the booth to the plaza behind here, Winterholder Field, 2-2. Work continues on that beautiful new weight room being built inside Odell Arena. They already have cut the window hole out for the wall behind what would be the east end of the floor, or for those of you watching home, that's the side that the Trojans scored the 10th point for Silent Night on. Swing and a miss and a pirouette as Kosme goes down swinging. 5th K here for Shively. He's retired 7 in a row. And the Trojans lead 4-0 as we at the halfway point of game 1 on the Trojan Sports Network. Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 4 different levels of membership for you to choose from. Each level receives complimentary season tickets, while the Athletic Director's Circle and Trojan MVP levels receive gifts from the athletic department.
Over the years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-4331 or log on to TaylorTrojans.com and click on the Trojan Club tab at the top of the homepage. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University student athletes.
TJ Bass leads off the bottom of the fifth. It's 3, 4, and 5 for Taylor as TJ looks for his first hit here of the afternoon. Etchison low and away for ball one. Etchison knocking on the door of 90 pitches thrown through 4 innings of work here in game number 1. And the activity starting to percolate in that Grace bullpen up the right field line. 2-0 to Bass. Putting together one of the more historic offensive seasons in the illustrious history of Taylor baseball with the single-season home run RBI record up the left field line. On that one gets almost plugged underneath the fence. Bass hustles in to second base. He's in there standing up. His 11th double of the year. Another extra base knock for the big fella and a good way to start here in the fifth. The leadoff double for Bass. 8th hit for Taylor today against Etchison, and here's Crawford, who's 1 for 2. We might have to wait as here comes Ryan Roth, the third-year head coach for Grace. We mentioned the activity starting to really ramp up in the Grace pen. And so we'll see what Roth has to talk about here with the Grace infield. So Bass is 1 for 3. It's been a rock-solid day for Luke Shively on the hill. No runs, 1 hit, 5 Ks for the fifth-year senior. And Bass has been one of those guys that we talked about a couple innings ago with the Vandermolen lower body injury. He's had to come in and play first. The good news is that Bass, coming into college, had played pretty much for every position except third base, or something except pitch and shortstop. They said those are the 2 places he had never really played a lot of, except pitcher and shortstop. He's played all over the outfield. We've seen him play center. We've seen him play right field. We've seen him play first. He's been at third. Hasn't played second yet here, but he's definitely caught as well. But he's been finding himself as a big target over at first since that Vandermolen injury a couple of weekends ago. Strike 1 here to Crawford, the right fielder, who started the 2-out rally for Taylor in the third with a single up the middle. Came around to score on the Morris RBI single. Etchison, one of the outside corner, couldn't get it, and the count evens up at 1 to Crawford. Real strong kid as Crawford comes in with 20 extra base hits on the season. Or 21, excuse me. 13 homers. Etchison pivots off the mound. McIntosh comes in from second, and Bass retreats to the second base bag. You hear that wind starting to pick up. That would be good for Crawford, the righty bat, as it blows out towards left. Etchison knows that, so he keeps it low, and it's 2-1. Crawford, 6 feet, 210 pounds. Slugs .582, has also walked 20 times this season to go with the now 49 hits. Could this be number 50? Danforth in center has other ideas. He's deep in center, makes the catch. Bass is going to try to advance from second. Good relay throw, but it wasn't in time as Carr had to wait on it to come in from the outfield. Good awareness from Bass. Better coaching from Coach Gould at third. And the Trojans have a runner at third here for Morris. That was the 90th pitch thrown by the starter, Etchison. He was the starter Tuesday, but it was a bullpen day for Grace as they used a multitude of pitchers. The majority of their guys out of the 6 pitched just 1 inning, with the last 2 going 2. Low, and now the glove of Newkirk keeps it within the vicinity of home plate, so Bass stays at third. 1-0 to Morris, who's been Taylor's best batter today. He has a 4th of their hits, going 2 for 2, with 2 RBI singles. One through the right side of the infield, the other one through the left as the infield plays in with one out. Fouls it straight back as he tried to cut that one through the wind and go to the outfield. A ball and a strike. Morris, 6'2", transferred to Taylor from Indiana Tech. Newkirk bounces and blocks this one with his left elbow. He went down and then threw the elbow out, and that's what caught the bouncing ball off the turf. 2-1 with Knepp on deck. Grace infield still plays in with Bass at third. 4-0 Taylor lead here in the fifth. Morris fights it off, but fouls it back, 2-2. Pearly white baseball will be tossed out to Etchison. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Morris. With 1 out in the fifth. Backhand snap by Newkirk in the turf, 3-2. Wind blows in now from right center for the lefty Morris. The 3-2 from Etchison. Right field in the air. Will it stay fair? And it will be a fair. Our home plate umpire just said it was a fair ball. Bass runs in from third. Everybody stopped. The ball landed on the foul territory side at the bottom of the fence. And now our 2 umpires will converge here. Morris hit it high in the air. Off the bat, it looked like it might get out of here. The only way that could be fair is if it hit the foul pole and went down. But if it hit the foul pole, it's a home run and not a single. A foul ball. Bass goes back to third, and Morris is going to make his way back home. Keeps the count at 3-2. It took a weird bounce up that right field line. There are a couple white cars that are parked in the parking lot, so you kind of lose track of the ball a little bit. Wasn't sure if it was going to hit and hook around the foul pole or hit it, but it got cut down by that wind. As Taylor head coach Kyle Gould gets an explanation in the third base coach's box for the Trojan headman. Here's pitch number 7 from Etchison to Morris, and the count is full. Etchison kicks and delivers. Ball 4 bounces in short, and it's first and third for Knepp. First free pass allowed by the Grace Rowdy today.
Now batting the right.
Knepp 1 for 2.
Cam Knepp.
273.
Newkirk, the catcher for Grace, like the Trojan catchers, has the earpiece in his ear that has eliminated the need for pitches to be signaled in with the hands. You can just do it right over into the earpiece. Fastball high, 1-0. It's been an interesting thing to watch the baseball team at Taylor this year get adapted to. I asked, well, are you allowed to do this? It kind of seemed like an espionage sort of thing. But there's a testing ground. Pitch 2 is a strike, 1-1. But it's gone around. It's made its way around the Division I level, and like everything normally does, if it works at D1, it'll trickle down to the NAI level eventually. Pitch number 100 for Etchison is a ball. 2-1 here to Knepp. First and third. Morris at first. Bass at third for Knepp. Foul ball back to the left. 2-2. 1 out on the board. Bass doubled. Advanced to third on the fly ball to deep center by Crawford for the only out of this 5th frame. 4-0 Taylor lead here in game 1 of the 4-game set. 2-2 pitch. Check swing, third base line, up and foul. The catcher Cowball waits on deck as Etchison readies. Comes home with a 2-2. Up and in at the letters. The Grace fans beside themselves. It's 3-2 on the called ball. Folks wearing red and black are already a little bit upset after the ball that was a foul ball for Morris was initially ruled fair. Payoff to Knepp. Up the middle. Goes off of Etchison's shoe. Can't find it on the turf. Comes home. Bass tries to slide underneath the tag. He was unsuccessful in doing so. First and second are where the runners are on the fielder's choice.
Good aggressive move there from Bass. Almost able to slide it under Newkirk's tag, but Etchison able to find the ball at the end of the mound at the last possible moment.
Now batting catcher number 34, Ben Calbaugh.
2 on here for Calbaugh as he tries to extend the 4-0 Taylor lead here in inning 5. Fastball low, 1-0. Ben's 0 for 2, but he reached on the air by Curiel in the second inning over at third base. Morris at second, net behind him at first. Morris a healthy lead at second base. Fastball dots the knees, outside corner, 1-1. McIntosh comes in from second base in case Etchison wants to peel around and try to pick off Morris at second. Still a healthy lead, 1-1. Calbaugh checks. They'll say it drops at the knees for a called strike 2. Taylor has left 4 men on the bases here. They've got 2 on here with 2 retired in inning 5. Wind blows in from right center for the righty Calbaugh. Etchison bounces it in short. Good cover from Newkirk, and the count evens at 2s. Deuces wild for Taylor. Here this bottom of the 5th inning. They've out-hit Grace today 8-1, and they lead 4-zip. 2 on for the catcher Calbaugh as he looks for his first hit of the afternoon. Pitch from Etchison. Ripped. There it is. Morris gets the wave around from Taylor head coach Kyle Gould. Rich throws it in from left. It's cut off by Curiel. Morris scores for the second time today, and Calbaugh's first hit makes it 5-zip Taylor. Another 2-out hit for the Trojans. They're 6 for 10 with 2 outs today, and are 5 for 10 with runners in scoring position. Drew Loy runs for Calbaugh at first, and here's the third baseman Panarski. Still first and second, 2 gone. Fastball to the corner to the righty, 0-1. Panarski looked to have his first hit his last time up, but the diving stop by Curiel at third base denied Panarski the first knock of the day. Skies it on a curveball. Rich goes back, starts to run out of room on the warning track, and he makes it a foot in front of the wall at the last possible moment. But Taylor gets 1 more run here in the 5th. They lead 5-0 after 5 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Your heart, well, your heart is everything to you and your body. And its favorite place to be is home. Marion General Hospital has been named a nationally accredited chest pain center, which is the highest accomplishment in cardiovascular care. We are proud to provide our community with a team of cardiac experts throughout MGH. From our ambulance and emergency room to our cardiovascular departments in partnership with our experienced local cardiologists and interventional cardiologists from St. Vincent's Medical Group. The same level of cardiovascular expertise in bigger cities at larger hospitals is available right here. Everyone has their expertise. At MGH, our expertise is your heart, bringing the best in the nation home to you. Your heart is in the right place at MGH.
It is 5-0 Taylor. Luke Shively with plenty of run support here as we start the 6th. He faces Braden McIntosh, the second baseman. 9-1-2 up here for the Lancers. 1-1 to McIntosh. Mount Vernon defeated Huntington 13-0 in the 6-inning run-ruled game number 1. So the Trojans not liking that.
McIntosh watches the third pitch come in for strike two. Taylor needs a split from Huntington to have a hope of coming back and getting at least a share of the regular season title and the bid to nationals that comes with it. Swing and a miss, McIntosh. Strike three, sixth punch out for Shively. One gone in the sixth.
Now batting for Grace, the leadoff man and center fielder, number 2, Patrick Danforth.
Luke Shively's had some great performances this season. He's putting together another high-quality showing here. He faces Danforth for the third time. First one fouled on a golf swing to the right. 1 for 2 day for Danforth. He has the only knock for the Lancers, a double in the third. Speaking of golf, the Taylor men's golf team won their 6th straight Crossroads League championship this past week. Line drive to right field. Knepp goes back, sunglasses on, makes the catch in deep right field. Danforth retired for the second time today. He's 1 for 3, and there are 2 retired here in the 6th for Grace. The Trojans had 4 of the top 5 finishers in that tournament that ended on Tuesday. Noah Ross finished second, Javen Johnson third. Drew Pickering, who finished second last year, finished in 4th. And then Adam Kositz finished in a tie for 5th. Foul ball bounced to the right by the lefty Pollock for a strike. To give you an idea, the Trojans won by 16 shots. They're the only team under par. They beat last place Mount Vernon by 81 shots. And the Trojans had a combined 25 under on the par 5s in the 3-round tournament. Swing and a miss on an upstairs fastball. Pollock down 0-2. Shively looks for his 10th straight man retired and his 3rd straight 1-2-3 inning. 0-2. Knee high, just misses the corner as the Taylor infield ready to come in. A ball and 2 strikes to the big lefty Pollock. He reached on an error in the first, struck out in the 3rd. He was the first man retired during this 9-in-a-row streak. Line drive to the left field line, foul. So trying to snap the 9 men retired consecutively by Shively. Pollock, the junior from Granger, Indiana, coming off of a 1 for 4 with a double performance in the win over IUK Tuesday. Tries to extend the top of the 6th. Pops it up, or flies it towards Crawford in center. Now he's got to come forward on a dead run. Makes the catch above his head casually. And that's 10 in a row retired by the 5th-year senior Luke Shively. Through 5.5, it's Taylor 5, Grace nothing on the Trojan Sports Network.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
New pitcher in for Grace. It's the 6-foot sophomore right-hander out of Crawfordsville, Indiana. Number 15, Jake Decker. He has a 2-4 overall record, makes his 13th appearance overall. It's his 6th one. In relief, he faces off against Taylor's number 15, Mason David. Here in the bottom of the 6th, that Taylor finds themselves ahead 5-0 in. Curveball, good eye from David, it's 2-0. The starter for Grace, Evan Etchison, went 5 innings, allowed 9 hits, 5 runs, all earned. He walked 1 and struck out 4, and dealt 111 pitches. And now it's 3-0 to the first man he faces here out of the pen. And the pitch, a get-me-over strike, makes it 3-1. David, Rushi, and Kolpin, 1 and 2 in the Taylor order to follow here. Bottom of the 6th, Taylor has led the entire way. David, nice opposite field swing to the gap in right center field. It's going to go to the wall, and now David sets his sights on second base, looks over to third. He'll check up at second with a leadoff double. Third, make it the 4th extra base hit of the day for the Trojans. David, his 5th double of his freshman season. And a picture-perfect start for the Trojans. Their 5th leadoff man. To make it the 4th leadoff man, gets on here for the Trojans, 4 for 6 in that category today.
Now batting the shortstop, number 3, Nick Rushi.
And out of the top of the order in Nicholas Rushi, the shortstop. Nick 2 for 3 today. He's got one of those 4 extra base hits. David with some good wheels, takes a lead at second. Brucey with a late bunt, got underneath of it and sent it skyward to the backstop. Strike 1 on the foul ball. Game 1 of the series. Game 2 will come up 25 minutes after we conclude here. Then games 3 and 4 of the series wrap up the regular season tomorrow with a 1 o'clock start. Double and a run scored in the first for Rushi. Flew out in the second and then singled in the 4th. Here he bats with David. A leadoff double stands at second. Nobody gone in the 6th. Second one's called for a strike on the outside corner. Another interesting note, the Trojans enter the series with their head coach Kyle Gould just 3 wins away from 600 in his career. Newkirk, the catcher, calls time. Coach Gould in his 18th season leading his alma mater, the graduate from 02, played for Coach Larry Winterholder, then passed him in the coaching category a couple years back and did so here on this field. 0-2, Rushi, bouncer right side. Nice snag by McIntosh at second as he runs to his right, or his left, our right. It moves David up to third base for the first out here in the 6th. It's cool to see. Here's Caleb Kolpin, the DH. We mentioned all the construction going on over in the lobby of Odell Arena and the weight room. Infield plays in for Grace. Off speed low, 1-0. Those of us in the athletics department are working on a couple different projects that'll go into that lobby of Odell when it's done and ready for folks when the students come back in August. But doing some research for one of those projects I came across as Kolpin rolls it to McIntosh, who plays in at second, glares David back to third. Easy toss to first for out number 2. And the batter will be TJ Bass. But the cool thing to find one of the documents from the naming ceremony for Winterholder Field, and they gave the backstory of how it was the young alumnus that put, or one of the young alumnus that put the money forward to get the initial turf that was installed here a handful of years ago. It was their idea, those young alumni, to name it after Coach Winterholder, to name the field after him after the great impact he had had on their lives. Ball 1 to Bass as the wind really picks up. One of the fun things talking with Coach Winterholder, who is a 2-sport athlete here at Taylor, played basketball and baseball here for the Trojans, and was on the first team to go 10-0 to start a season back in the day. Curveball, Bass sits back on it, fouls it back, 1-1. I asked Coach Winterholder what it was like, what's it like to have a field named after you, and he's very quick to say, he goes, so it's not my field, he goes, it's my family's field. It's always good to see Coach when he makes his way out here. We always can see him walking laps around the George Glass Track and Field Complex throughout the whole year. Third one to Bass is low, 1-2. The track team out there for practice day, so Coach Winholder hopefully got his laps in earlier, but you'll see him bundled up out there in the winter months, and he's definitely out there during the summer. Bass, skyscraper to left center field. Danforth, the center fielder, gets called off by the left fielder, Rich, and that is caught for out number 3. So Taylor leaves a guy on the base at third. We're through 6, and Taylor out front 5-0 on the Trojan Sports Network.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
The starter, Luke Shively, back out for his 7th inning of work. He has allowed 1 hit and no runs. Morris comes in and he keeps it at 1 hit. A 1-pitch swing to Rich, his left field counterpart. Quickly, 1 gone, and that's now 11. Straight retired by the talented Luke Shively. No runs, 1 hit. That was the double from Danforth with 2 outs in the 3rd. Just a couple other base runners as well on an error and a walk. Fastball for a strike to the right fielder, Chris Griffin. 5-zip hole for Grace here in the top of the 7th in game 1 of the 4-game series. Shively comes set at the belt out of the stretch and bounces in short. It ricochets off of Calball and goes flying into the beginning of the Grace dugout down to our right. A ball and a strike to Griffin. He is grounded out on a bunt try with a runner at first in the 1st inning and then struck out in the 4th. 10 hits for Taylor today, just 1 for the Lancers. A mighty cut for Griffin as he stepped out with those red Nike turf shoes. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Turf infield, grass outfield, and a new all-turf mound installed this fall here at Winterholder Field. The 1-2 from Shively. Almost got into the knees. Calball held it for good measure, 2-2. And the other good note and the homage of the former assistant coach Rick Atkinson, the letter A sewn into the first base coach's box, where he was a longtime coach before he sadly passed away a year ago. Line drive, Morris has got to go back, reaches up, won't be able to make the catch. He falls into the fencing as the lefty Griffin smacks it opposite way for a 1-out double. 2nd hit of the afternoon here for the Lancers. They look for their 1st run of the day. 1 retired here in the 7th, down 5.
Now batting a shortstop, number 10, Austin Carr.
Both have been doubles to left. The first one with the gap in left center field. This one goes over the head of Morris. Good to see Jacob pop back up as he ran into that chain link fence, but he is a strongly built young man, so it's going to take more than a chain link fence to slow him down. But a runner at 2nd here for Grace, a swing and a miss for Carr, the shortstop to start. For Griffin, that's his 10th double of the season. As Carr's 0 for 2 with a ground out and a strikeout today. Shively taking his time as the wind blows straight from right to left. The 1-strike pitch at the knees. Let's make it 2 strikes.
Good frame up there from Cowball. Shively knocks on the door of 80 pitches toss as that wind starts to pick up here in Upland, Indiana. Griffin at second after the one-out double. 2 strikes to the batter, the shortstop Carr. Low, smothered up by Cowball, 1-2. Carr stands straight up and down and puts that red bat behind his black batting helmet. Griffin with a safe lead at second. The pitch, low, 2-2.
Spot, Luke.
Shively still is a statue on the hill. Glares in, gets the sign from Cowball, and is ready to fire home the 2-2. Blessed ever to sneeze down below. And a strikeout. Shively shakes that head. That wind hair blows in the breeze. 7th K for Shively, and there's 2 outs in the 7th for Grace. Curiel, the third baseman, in that open righty batting stance. Griffin still at second base. Cutter at the knees for a called strike 1. Curiel walked and then was caught stealing at second to end the second frame, and then grounded out in the 5th. Shively slowing his approach in between pitches here. The 1-strike delivery off the end of the bat, right field line, tails foul towards the beginning of the Grace dugout on the right, or Grace bullpen in the right field corner. 2 strikes to the Grace third baseman. They're down 5-0 here in the top of the 7th with 2 gone and a runner at second base. Shively glares in. Comes set at the belt, and the 0-2. Off the end of the bat, Curiel able to stay alive, flailing at it here and sending it to the backstop. Taylor dugout. Willing Shively on here. 2 retired, a runner at second here in the 7th. The 0-2 again. Been foul again, this time up and away towards the parking lot to the right. '85 pitches for Shively today. 61 of them have been strikes. Grace is 0 for 5 with runners on base today like they have here. 0-2. Upstairs, 1-2 on a fastball. Griffin is just the 4th base runner today for the Lancers, doubling with 1 out here earlier in the 7th. Wind picks up to the strongest it's been all day. 1-2 from Shively. Low, Cowball covers it up, and now it's 2-2. A good battle back here from Curiel. Fell behind 0-2, then's fouled off a couple pitches and is able to work the count even here. Curiel, the freshman from Crown Point, Indiana, coming off of a 3 for 5 day against IU Kokomo Tuesday. Has been quiet today, 0 for 1 with that walk. The 2-2 pitch from Shively. Right side, David's got to get on his horse, slides in the grass, stops, throws the first. Nicely done by David. And Grace leaves their 3rd runner stranded of the day. It's time to stretch here in Upland, Indiana. It's Taylor 5, Grace nothing on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Middle third of the Trojan order up here in the bottom of the 7th. Crawford, Morris, and Knepp. As the Trojans look to build on their 5-0 lead, they've out-hit Grace today 10-2. Jake Decker bounces in the first one in his second inning out of the bullpen to Connor Crawford. It's been Luke Shively's show today. He's gone the first 7 innings strong, allowed no runs, just 2 hits, and he's allowed 4 base runners in total. Second one to Crawford, off speed at the knees. It's 1-1. Connor 1 for 3 here in game 1, singled with 2 outs in the third and scored the first of 2 runs in that frame. Taylor scored 2 in the first, the 2 in the third, and 1 in the 5th for their 5-0 lead. Wind picks up, look out, George Glass Track and Field Complex, see ya! This thing gets out of here with ease as Crawford belts another home run this season. It's 6-0 Trojans on Crawford's 14th long ball of the year. Right before that pitch got thrown, you could hear the wind pick up, and Crawford turned on one and tattooed it to the complex.
Now batting number 35, Jacob.
And it looks like that thing landed on the track, rounding that third turn. First homer of the day, and Morris steps in, takes a strike. Morris has been Taylor's best batter today. 2 for 2 with a walk. Now 3 for 3 as he goes opposite way, and this could be extra bases for the big man Morris. He rumbles around first. Rich throws it in from left. A homer to start, and now a no-out double for Jacob Morris. 3 for 3 are the Trojans' left fielder Jacob Morris, and they lead 6-0, and everything rolling along here in inning number 7. Morris out, Drew Loy in to run at second.
Drew Loy back on the run for the Trojans. Meanwhile, number 14, Cam Knepp steps into the box.
Come on, Cam. Come on, Cam.
12 hits now for the Trojans. And the massive Camden Knepp fan base lets their voices be heard. 1 for 3 is Knepp today. Singled in the third. Shows a bunt. Nicely placed. Third baseline stays fair with ease. Then it's going to almost be touched by Decker. Did he touch it? He did not. The Taylor fan screaming that he touched it, which would make it a fair ball. He pulled his hands back at the last possible moment as he took a hard left-hand turn into foul ground. Beautiful late bunt there from Knepp. Almost pushed it right up that third base line. Loy at second with good speed. Nobody out here in the 7th after Crawford led the inning off with a home run. Morris then followed him with a double. Off speed down, ball 1 as Loy has a gigantic lead at second base.
Come on, Cam.
The Knepp single in the third was the third straight one for the Trojans with 2 outs. They've been deadly in that category today. 6 for 12 with 2 outs. They're 5 for 19 with runners on, and they're 5 for 14 in scoring position. 2-1. They've also gotten 5 hits from their 7 leadoff men today. 3-1 for Knepp. The only blemish was that bunt that he pushed up the third base line that went foul. He's watched 3 straight pitches miss. Crawford letting it off with a home run. Loy runs for the doubling man Morris at second base. The 3-1 home. This one smacked with a little nice backhand stop by McIntosh. Sets his feet, fires to first. As McIntosh was playing over a lot at second, there's one gone. Loy moves to third. Off the bat, it looked like it might sneak its way through up the middle, but McIntosh had other ideas. But a sac fly here can push it to a 7-0 Trojan lead.
Now batting for the Trojans, the catcher, number 34, Ben Cowball.
Come on, Benny.
First one to Cowball, backdoor curveball, strike 1. Cowball reached on an error in the second, single a run home in the 5th with 2 outs. Thought about taking one deep upstairs. Better thought of it, 1-1 with the wind starting to pick up towards left field again. The infield plays in for Grace. They trail Taylor 6-0 as the Trojans bat in the bottom of the 7th. Cowball smacks it to left field. It's snagged by Rich. Loy tags from third. The throw won't be in time. Loy ahead first slide for good measure. Cowball drives in his second run on the sac fly. It's 7-zip Taylor. That's now 2 out of the last 3 games that Cowball has driven in multiple runs.
Now batting the third baseman, number 27, Michael Penarski.
And the batter is Penarski, the third baseman.
Come on, Mike.
Penarski 0 for 3 out of the 8 spot here in game 1. 7-0 Taylor. They've out-hit Grace 12-2. Fastball letter high for a strike. A strikeout, a line out on the diving attempt by Curiel at third, and then a fly out to Rich in left. The 3 plate appearances for Penarski today. A breaker away, 1-2. Penarski, the multi-time all-conference selection back at Manchester University, the Division III school, where the Trojans played earlier this season. Or excuse me, played Defiance, that was in Manchester's conference. The 2-1. Good frame from Newkirk to bring the breaking ball back across the outside corner. 2-2 in this righty versus righty matchup.
Come on, Mike. Come on, Mike.
The 2-2. Off the end of the bat, right to the first baseman, Pollock. Penarski will run it out, but he's 0 for 4 on the day. But the Trojans add 2 more runs. Solo home run to lead things off from Crawford and a sac fly from Cowball after 7. It's Taylor 7, Grace 0 on the Trojan Sports Network.
Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 4 different levels of membership for you to choose from. Each level receives complimentary season tickets, while the Athletic Director's Circle and Trojan MVP levels receive gifts from the athletic department. Over the years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-4331 or log on to TaylorTrojans.com and click on the Trojan Club tab at the top of the homepage. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University student athletes. Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 4 different levels of membership for you to choose from. Each level receives complimentary season tickets, while the Athletic Director's Circle and Trojan MVP levels receive gifts from the athletic department.
To the 8th inning we go. Luke Shively looks to pick up his 3rd complete game and his 3rd shutout of the season, and deals in a breaking ball to the bottom third of the order. Sam Newkirk, and we're underway here in the 8th. It's a 7-0 Trojan lead. Newkirk, the catcher, is 0 for 2. And now he's down 0-2 on a pitch at the knees. Newkirk, Kosme, and McIntosh, the ones to follow here for the Lancers. Taylor tries to keep pace with Mountainford and Nazarene, who run-ruled Huntington in their first game of the day. Up and away, fastball 1-2. But Taylor, the Trojans, need some help from Huntington to take 2 games off of Mount Vernon in this 4-game series to have a chance to get the share of the regular season title and the auto bid the Nationals that the regular season champ gets. This one in the turf, 2-2. Taylor 24th ranked in the country at 32-16. But he'd love to take some drama out of it. Get one of those 2 automatic bids, either the regular season title or the tournament title, and make selection day a little bit less nerve-wracking. The 2-2 fouled straight back. If you're wondering where our crowd mic is, it's right where Newkirk just hit the ball.
Come on, Luke. Come on, Luke. 2-2
to Newkirk. Bats out of the 7 hole here for Grace in game 1. 2-2.
Little half swing on the one inside. David charges from second, scoops, whips it to first, and they got him. Back-to-back stellar plays from David, first to end the seventh, and then here to start the eighth.
Stepping into the box for the Lancers, the designated hitter, number 29, Josh Cosby.
Now we'll see the DH, Josh Kosme, batting out of the 8 spot. A fly out and a strikeout for the designated hitter. Fastball up and in, 1-0. That was the 95th pitch dealt by Shively today, and he still has plenty of zip coming off of that right hand. Misses low, 2-0.
Go, Luke. Go, Luke.
Kosme has flown out to Crawford and struck out his 2 times at the plate today. Grace has gotten just 4 men on the bases this afternoon. No one getting past second base. Inside pitch, a check swing from Kosme, and now it's 3-0. Actually, just 1 man has gotten to third base. That was Danforth back in the 3rd. 3-0 to Kosme. Pops the glove on the outside half, strike 1. The 3-1. Low, but right at the knees. Kosme thought it was ball 4, and the count is full, 3-2. Good battle here with Shively. 7 punch-outs on the day for the Trojan right-hander. 1 out, nobody on here in the 8th. Grace trails 7-0. Shively out of the stretch, payoff pitch. Kosme bouncer left side to the third baseman, Penarski. Fields off his left hip, across to Bass, who steps out and snags it. 2 gone for Grace here in the 8th, down by 7.
Now batting for Grace, the second baseman, number 42, Braden McIntosh.
Grace looks for a 2-out rally. They are just 1 for 7 with 2 outs today. The only 2-out knock was the man on deck, Danforth's double in the 3rd with 2 gone. Open stance for the second baseman, McIntosh. Breaking ball to the outside corner. Shively gets it for a called strike 1. Quickly working is Shively, swing and a miss as he pulls the string on McIntosh, 0-2. Here's pitch 1-0-2 for Shively. Looks for his 4th 1-2-3 inning of the afternoon. Gets it right down with a breaking ball. McIntosh frozen on strike 3. His 8th punch out for Shively to the bottom of the 8th, and Taylor out front 7-0.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965, when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Come on, Mace. Come on, Mace.
Ninth batter in the order, Mason David, the second baseman, leads off the bottom of the 8th. Rushi and Colpine to follow. Taylor squarely in the driver's seat here. They lead 7-0 on an absolute picture-perfect pitching gem from Luke Shively. And the bats have helped him out as well. 7 runs, 12 hits, and 6 extra base knocks out of those 12. A ball and 2 strikes to David, who's flashed the leather at second base a couple times today. Rockets it up and out of play. Foul to the right, still 1-2. 2 for 3 day for David. Doubled to right field his last time at the plate in the 6th, then flew out to Danforth in center field, both in the 2nd and the 4th inning. The 1-2 again. Sits in and sends it towards right field. Playing back was Griffin. Comes in and drops in front of him. Back-to-back hits here for Mason David on a 2 for 4 day. That is the 6th leadoff man to reach base safely for the Trojans this afternoon. The only 2 times actually make it 7 out of 8 because Calball, as time is called before Rushi bats, with David coming over to talk with head coach Kyle Gould. Remember, Calball reached on an error in the 2nd, so it doesn't count as an official at bat, but he still reached base safely. And the only time Taylor did not get the leadoff man on with a hit was when Penarski lined out on the diving attempt from Curiel. Taylor struggled a little bit batting out of the leadoff spot a couple of different times against Indiana Wesleyan in the series last weekend, but they have been dynamite for the first man at the plate in each inning here today. And a long conversation broken up. David jogs over to first, and Rushi's about to step in.
Stepping into the box for Taylor, the leadoff man and shortstop, number 3, Nick Rushi.
Rushi a 2 for 4 afternoon. He's alternated hits and outs in his 4 plate appearances today. No batting gloves for the lefty shortstop. First one is in from Decker, 1-0. Doubled and scored in the first. Flew out on a line drive to Rich in second, and left in the second. Singled in the 4th, and grounded out to McIntosh, the second baseman, in the 6th. Pickoff attempt, lunging back in is David. Good quick move there from Decker. A ball to Rushi, who started the day with a .314 average. And now he's up 2-0. 7-0 Taylor lead here at the bottom of the 8th. They scored 2 in the 1st, 2 in the 3rd, 1 in the 5th, 2 in the 7th. 2-0 for Rushi here in the 8th. Off speed, takes it on the outside half, 3-0 for the speedy Rushi with the DH Colpine on deck. The pitch, off speed, but right down the middle for a much-needed strike 1 for the righty Decker. Wind blows in from right center for Rushi. Good frame from Newkirk to bring it on the outside corner. 3 balls, 2 strikes here for Rushi. With David at first, Taylor in the driver's seat ahead 7-0 here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Payoff pitch, David goes, hit and run is on to the gap in right center field. Griffin runs after it. It falls off the right center field fence. David's gonna score from first. Rushi checks up his second double of the day, and the Trojans push it to 8-0 as Rushi 3 for 5 out of the top spot in the order. David motors around from first. The freshman shows off the wheels. And the 14th hit of the day and the 7th extra base hit has pushed the Taylor lead to 8. And the batter is the DH lefty Caleb Colpine. Started the day off hot and has cooled since. Fastball outside, 1-0. It was Colpine that followed Rushi's double to lead off the bottom of the first. Drove in Rushi from second, but since then it's been 0 for 3 for the freshman sensation Colpine. Inside, leans in and takes it for strike 1. Couple of strikeouts for Caleb and a ground out by McIntosh at second base.
Wind blows from right to left. It's been swirling around today. It's been blowing out. It's been blowing left and right to left. It's been blowing in. 2-1 as that ball squirted between Newkirk's legs. Not far enough to let Ruschi give it a go to third. Decker, the righty, out of the stretch. Nobody out in the bottom of the 8th. 1 run home for Taylor on the Ruschi double, who stands at second. 4th one to Colpine, right side. Oh, diving stop beautifully by Pollock, the first baseman. That keeps the 9th run off the board for the time being. Colpine 0 for 4 in his last 4 trips to the plate, but Pollock goes full extension behind the first base bag, snags it on the bounce, and able to retire Colpine. Ruschi moves up to third, but the Trojans off the bat looked like they would be up 9-0 as Colpine shakes his head in his frustration as he makes his way back to the dugout.
Come on, TJ. Come on, TJ.
1 out for TJ Bass. The infield plays in, and I don't think Bass is going to bunt. Curve from Decker, 1-0. TJ 1 for 3 today, doubled in the 5th. But the wind has just picked up out to left field. Curveball drops in the upper part of the zone, called for strike 1. A ball and a strike to the first baseman, Bass. Decker keeps it away from 11 in white, 2-1. If you joined us for the postgame show Saturday, you heard us talk about Bass breaking the single-season home run mark held previously by Jared Atkins. Well, Jared was TJ's host when he came on his recruiting visit back when he was a high schooler at Greenwood High School. Curveball to left field. Rich runs after it, comes towards the line, makes the catch above his head for out number 2, but Bass drives in Ruschi from third on the sac fly. It's 9-0. And Taylor head coach Kyle Gould, to finish that thought, said if you ask TJ Bass, Jared Atkins was a big reason why TJ signed that scholarship to come here and play at Taylor. So tip of the cap to Jared for the good recruiting job.
Number 9, Connor Crawford.
It was good to see Jared and his wife, the former Becca Garrick, here in the stands on Saturday. A strike to Crawford here on a breaking ball. It was the first time Jared said that the two had been back since they graduated back in 2018. Second one, Crawford checks. It's in on the inner corner for a strike. 2 strikes to Crawford, who's 2 for 4 today. Blasted his 14th homer of the season last time up when he led off the 7th. Bats with 2 outs and nobody on in the 8th. Decker bounces her in short, 1-2. There was some brief activity in the Taylor bullpen. They've now left and are leaving Noah Huseman to his pregame work. Crawford off the end of the bat, little squirter to McIntosh at second. Fields and tosses to the bag for the 3rd out here in the 8th frame. Taylor leads 9-0. They're 3 outs away from a Game 1 win in the 4-game series here against Grace.
Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Taylor 3 outs away from a Game 1 win here to start the 4-game series off with grace. The freshman right-hander Connor Miller will come in to try to get those last 3 outs. Taylor starter Luke Shively goes the first 8 innings strong, 2 hits, no runs, struck out 8, walked 1, and only allowed 4 base runners in total. Out of the... I was going to be able to find the batters, the amount of batters he faced. I apologize. Oh, there it is, 27. How about that? Boom. 2-1 for Miller. 15th appearance of the season, all in relief, has a 3-1 overall record. On an inning in the third in Game 4, gave up 2 hits and 2 runs against Iowa on Saturday. Fastball at the knees, evens it up at 2-2 to the top of the order, Patrick Danforth, who became the single-season hits leader in Grace history on Tuesday in the win over IUK. End of the day with 59 hits, he added number 60 with a double in the third. Breaking ball, low and away, 3-2. Here's Danforth, Pollock, and Rich set to bat in the top of the 9th with Grace down 9-0 here in Game 1. 2 hits, a walk, and an error, the base runners today. Hard hit, skyscraper right side. Knepp, sunglasses on in this cloudy sky, makes the catch above his head for the first out here in the 9th.
Stepping into the box for the Lancers is the first baseman, number 12, Jeff Pollock.
Stepping in is the first baseman, Jeff Pollock, who made the stellar diving stop behind the bag, robbing the Trojans and Caleb Colpine of another run. They were able to get it across, but wonderful diving stop by the big man, Pollock. Off speed from Miller, drops in for strike 1. Pollock a .312 average, but he's 0 for 3 today. He reached on an error, has struck out and flown out. Curls it in towards Crawford in center. He's got to reach back. It's going to sail over his head as Connor was playing too far in. First hit of the afternoon for Pollock. The third one for Grace. All have been doubles as Crawford just one-hopped the ball in from the warning track to third base like it was nothing. And so Grace with some late life here. They get a one-out double from Pollock.
25, Alex Rich.
Looked like it might curl right into Crawford's glove, but it was curling and then tailed over and went all the way to dead center. Left fielder is Alex Rich. Pollock's 15th double of the year. Backdoor slider hits the inside corner for a strike, and that draws some oohs and ahs from some of the Taylor faithful down below us. Miller 5-10 out of the stretch. Infield play straight up with 1 out here in the 9th. Hacking out of his Rich, he comes up empty, and it's 0-2. He's 0 for 3 today, 2 flyouts and a ground out. Top of the 9th, Game 1. Grace bats with 1 out, trailing 9-0. Miller ahead 0-2. And we'll do it again as that one fouled out of play. Game 2 underway for Mount Vernon, Nazarene, and Huntington. The Cougars won Game 1 by a 13-0 onslaught. Right now, Huntington up 3-2 in the bottom of the second. They started an hour earlier before us, so by the time we get done, this one ripped to left field. Morris, or making now Drew Loy, replaced Morris last inning. Makes the catch for out number 2. Good backup by David, the second baseman, as the throw bounced in underneath Ruschi at second.
Now batting the right fielder, number 34.
Last hope is Chris Griffin, the right fielder. But to finish that thought, the Trojans will know exactly what happened in Mount Vernon by the time we are done here today with that earlier hour start time for the Cougars and the Foresters. The Trojans hoping for a split after MVNU romped through Game 1. Backdoor slider misses 1-0. The lefty Griffin snapped the consecutive batter streak for Shively at 11 with a 1-out double in the 7th. He bats here in the 9th after the 1-out double from Pollock. 9-0, off speed, corner, strike 1 to the lefty Griffin. He's 1 for 3, has grounded out and struck out today. Miller looks back to Pollock at second with a healthy lead with 2 outs. Inside, misses 2-1. A little too far in there
from Connor Miller. Wind blows hard from right to left. Miller out of the stretch, the 2-1. Misses on the backdoor breaking ball, 3-1 with 2 gone. Taylor tries to preserve the shutout here. It'd be the first time that they've shut out an opponent since defeating St. Francis 11-0 back at the end of March. The 3-1, big healthy cut from Griffin. All he gets is air, and the count is full. Three-two, 2 outs, top of the 9th. Last strike here for Grace. The pitch from Miller. And we'll get another one as Griffin fouls it back. Griffin, the 5'11 senior from Edwardsburg, Michigan, listed as an infielder, but has been patrolling right field here in game number 1. Miller readies. Runner at second, the payoff again. Foul tipped, and we'll tee it up one more time. A low one there as Cowball unable to snag it. Is that one in the turf?
Come on, Connor. Come on, Connor.
Wind really picks up on this cloudy Friday afternoon. Miller comes home. Almost ended up on Griffin's elbow. He takes it for ball 4 on the payoff pitch, and they're first and second here with 2 outs for the Lancers.
Shortstop, number 10, Austin Carr.
So now the shortstop, Austin Carr, tries to extend this 9th frame for Grace as they trail 9-0. Just the 6th base runner allowed between Shively and now Miller. Little frisbee breaking ball action, strike 1 on the call. Carr, the shortstop, is 0 for 3 with a couple of Ks and a ground out to Rushi, his shortstop counterpart. Second one from Miller. Back to the frisbee breaking ball and another strike. It's 0-2 quickly to Carr. 2 outs, 2 on to the 9th, and Grace down 9-0. Miller comes set of the chest and home with the 0-2. Cowball couldn't bring it back across the outside corner for the righty Carr. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pollock at second after the 1-out double. Griffin at first after the 2-out walk. Miller taking his time, gets the sign he likes from Cowball. The count sits at 1-2 to Carr. The pitch too far away on the breaking ball, and the count evens at 2s. Carr a .312 average, 2 for 4 in the win over Kokomo Tuesday.
Come on, Connor. Come on, Connor.
Miller trying to wrap up the Game 1 win and give the Trojans their first shutout victory since the end of March. 2-2. Checks a swing in for a looking strike 3. Beautiful pitch from Miller, and that ends the ball game here. Taylor wins Game 1 by a final of 9-0. Shively picks up his 10th win of the season, becomes one of the rare pitchers in program history to make double-figure wins. 14 hits, 1 error, 3 hits, and an error for Grace. And the 10 wins for Shively match the single-season record most recently set by Joe Moran a year ago, and Matt Patton his All-American year before that. 9-0 the Taylor win. They move to 33-16, 23-10 in the league. Grace falls to 17-30, 10-23 in league action. Game 2 comes up in about 25 minutes. That's next here on the Trojan Sports Network.
First pitch up the left field line, and we are underway. Game number 2. Boys and girls, you are still looking live at the beautiful field known as Winterholder Field here in Upland, Indiana. Taylor won game 1 here against Grace, 9-0. And the Trojan right-hander Noah Huseman is locked and loaded and ready to go. Here in game number 2, the Trojans right now need a win here because Huntington's helping out the cause. They're up 9-3 in Ohio. Penarski at third to TJ Bass. 1 up, 1 down as Dan Forth retired.
Now batting the first baseman, number 12, Jeff Pollock.
Huseman on the season. Came back for his 5th year, just like our starting pitcher in game 1, Luke Shively, did. Noah starts his 13th game, also appears in his 13th as well. A 5-3 overall record, an ERA of just a shade below 4. Faces off with the big man, the first baseman, Jeff Pollock, and a quick strike 1. Huseman appears in his 13th game, starts his 13th as well. Third one to Pollock, lifted foul back to the left, 0-2. Pollock in game 1 was 1 for 4. Doubled his last time up in the 9th, reached on an error, struck out, and flew out. 1 out, nobody on. This one bounced up the first base line. Bass will watch it take a right-hand turn as it bounces into foul ground for the second strike. Here to Jeff Pollock, 6'3" junior out of Granger, Indiana. Nothing in 2. Ripped into right field, and the hot hitting continues here for Pollock. Was quiet to start game 1, finished game 1 with that double, and laces a single to right field here for the first hit here of game number 2.
Left fielder, number 25, Alex Rich.
And now here's the left fielder, Alex Rich. First pitch, a strike.
Come on, no. Come on, no.
Alex Rich, the junior out of Crown Point, Indiana, and Crown Point High School. Backdoor breaking ball, rips it to the left, but he pulled it too far foul. 0-2 here to Rich. Chris Griffin, the DH, is on deck. Third one misses for ball number 1. The 1-2 pitch, a little flail swing off the end of the bat, keeps the at-bat going. Ball and 2 strikes as the senior Huseman out of Fort Mitchell, Kentucky. 1-2. Bouncer off a home plate. Good battle here from Rich to keep the at-bat going. Still down in the count, 1-2. Rich, 354 batting average when the day started. He was 0 for 4 in game 1 with 3 flyouts and a ground out. Checks his swing here. Huseman just misses the outside corner. And the count moves to 2-2 to the righty bat of Alex Rich.
Go, Rich.
2-2 swings upstairs and misses. First punch out here for Huseman. And there's out number 2 here in the top of the first with no score and a runner at first.
Hitter number 34, Chris Griffin.
And the batter is the DH here in game 2, the right fielder in game 1, Chris Griffin. Pull to the right side, and Griffin sends it too far foul. Griffin in game 1 doubled and walked, was 1 for 3 in total. Pulls it, bounces it off the inside of his leg, and the count quickly moves to 2 strikes. Griffin started the day with a 3.18 average, homered in the win over IU Kokomo Tuesday. Bats in the cleanup spot here, getting the right fielder in game 1, the DH here in the nightcap. Just underway, runner at first is Jeff Pollock, who singled through the right side with 1 out. 0-2, Griffin goes opposite way, catches the very farthest most part of the net, and that keeps that ball from sailing to the Turner Stadium turf. Huseman sets at the belt, the righty out of the stretch, home. Little slapper off the other. Oh, look at Huseman snagging on the hill, then he falls away. He spins and looks proudly to his family. His nephew cheers him on, and a slight wave to the young man behind the brick wall to our left. Huseman flashes the leather. No runs come home in the top of the first. We're back with the bottom of the first next on the Trojan Sports Network.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Bottom of the first, no score. Huntington is helping the Trojans out here. They're up 12-3 over Mount Vernon Nazarene in game 2 of their doubleheader. Mount Vernon won game 1 handily, 13-0, run ruling the Foresters. The Trojans need a series split and a sweep here to tie for the Crossroads League regular season title. And then we'll sort out all the tiebreakers and everything next week to figure out who's the number 1 seed in the tournament and who, most importantly, gets that auto bid to nationals. 3-0 to Nick Ruschi as he leads off the bottom of the first against Kyle Ayton, 5'11 sophomore righty out of Uniontown, Ohio. His 7th start, his 14th appearance, a 1-6 overall record. High leg kick from 7 in gray, and a quick strike makes it 3-1. Ruschi in game 1 had 2 of the Trojans' 7 hits, or 7 extra base hits. They won 9-0, had 14 knocks. So he went 3 for 5, and he leads game 2 with a leadoff walk here in the first. Defense behind Ayton, Alex Rich in left, Patrick Danforth in center, Sam Newkirk in center, or in right. Cal Curiel at third, Jake Cox is at short, Braden McIntosh at second, Jeff Pollock at first, and Josh Kosme is behind the plate after DHing in game number 1. The batter here is Caleb Colpine, the lefty DH. Goes after the first one, and he fouls it to the turf. Colpine started game 1 off hot with an RBI double in the bottom of the first, then went 0 for 4 his last 4 times at the plate in game 1 earlier. Breaking ball, low and away from Ayton is ball number 1 to the talented freshman Colpine, who started the day just a handful of points back for the regular season batting title with a .397 average. Was over 400 before that 0 for 4 performance in game 4 against Iwu Saturday. Third one, lifts it in the air but foul.
Ball up, ball up.
Breaking ball, Colpine sits on it and plays it to the gap in right center field. Rusci on his horse, motors from first to third. Colpine rounds the bag at first. And as runners of the corners for the Trojans with nobody out here in the bottom of the first, and sets the stage for Timothy James Bass.
Now batting the first baseman, number 11, TJ Bass.
Bass doubled and had an RBI on a sac fly last time the Trojans were at the plate in game number 1. First and third here as he tries to add to that RBI total that now sits at a cool 74. Curveball lifts and out of play to the right. Righty versus righty as Ayton stepped off the mound momentarily. Out of the stretch with runners at first and third, nobody out in the first. Fastball that Bass tried to hit to the moon. He swung and came up empty. 2 strikes to Bass. Rusci at third, Colpine over at first. Bass down in the count, 0-2. Taylor was 5 for 16 with runners in scoring position in game 1. Bass watches an off-speed pitch miss low to even the count at 2. Or make it 1-2, I apologize.
Come on, Teach. Come on, Teach.
Game 2 set to go 7 innings. Taylor tries to put their foot down here early with first and third in the first. Curveball. Bass protects low and engulfs it out of play. He struggled with a couple of curveballs that led to strikeouts for him Saturday against Indiana Wesleyan. A good adjustment here in game 2 against the starting pitcher for Grace, Kyle Ayton. Ball and 2 strikes to Bass. Taylor tries to strike first here with nobody out in the bottom of the first inning of game 2. Fastball that Bass lifts high in the air to right field. Newkirk runs in. Now he's got to really get on his horse. It drops in front of him. Bass is safe at first. He rotors into second. The throw comes into the infield. He slides. Cox applies a tag, not in time. Rusci scores from third. The Trojans had to check up just in case Newkirk was able to make the diving grab. He could not. And it's 1-0 Taylor here in the first. On the skyscraping RBI double for TJ Bass. Eighth extra base hit for Taylor here in games 1 and now part of game 2 of this series against Grace to wrap up the regular season. And now here's Connor Crawford, the center fielder. He had the solo blast to go along with the single in game 1. Ayton drops in a curveball. Crawford a little bit upset of himself. Looks like Connor might want to take a hack at that one. It started off near his shoulder, but then came in for the called strike one. Sun creeps out from behind the clouds as it sets off and back to our left. A fastball that was right in Crawford's wheelhouse. And he fouls it straight back over the top of our crowd mic. 2 strikes to count to Crawford, nobody out. A single to Ruschi, a walk to Ruschi, a single to Colpine, and the high scraping sky double that dropped in front of the diving Newkirk. He's got runners at second and third for Taylor here in the first, and 1 already home. 2 strikes to Crawford. Bouncer left side, diving stop. Curiel at third, fires to first. The run scores from third. They get Crawford out at first. But Colpine comes home. Crawford drives in Taylor's second run, and it's 2-0 Taylor here in the bottom of 1.
Now batting number 35, Jacob Morris.
Great diving stop by the third baseman, Curiel. He had the diving snag to take a hit away from Panarski in the first game and flashes the leather here at the hot corner here in game 2. The batter is Jacob Morris, the lefty left fielder. It's 2-zip Taylor. Here in the bottom of the first of game 2, they were victors in game 1 at 9-0. First offering to Morris, fouls it off on the ground to the right. Same 2 teams tomorrow. First pitch is coming at 1 o'clock. That wraps up the regular season, and then everybody sets their sights on the Crossroads League tournament that starts here at this field, Winterholder Field, on Friday, a week from today. Morris was stellar in game 1, not retired once in his 4 plate appearances. 3 for 3, 3 runs scored, 2 runs batted in, a double and 2 singles and a walk. When you get that production out of your 5-hole hitter, you are a tough team to beat. Second one misses, it's 1-1. And now 2-1 as Ayton goes to the fastball and it misses away from the lefty Jacob Morris. Double for Morris in game 1, his 14th of the year, is now driven in 35 runs this season. Now pushes him close to 45 hits here in his junior year. Bass, the big fella, stands at second base after his RBI double. Morris, a healthy swing that misses everything. It's 2-2. A little late on that cut there as he tried to take one from Ayton, maybe towards right center field. There is a big gap to the left center field area that's opposite way for the lefty Morris. He showed a pretty good bat, pretty calm, hitting a couple balls to left in game 1. Pivot, they throw to second. Bass able to get back safely because Cox didn't apply a tag. He caught it, stood there, but no tag was applied to Bass, and so he remains safe at second base. TJ has not attempted a stolen base yet this season. Morris swiped his first one on his first try back in the opener. 2-2 here. Golfs out of play to the left. Ayton attacked the bottom part of the zone. It remains even at 2-2. The righty Ayton against the lefty bat of Jacob Morris, who was 3 for 3 in game 1. 2-2 again. Morris pops it up, foul territory, and Curiel runs out of room as it lands foul out of the play. Ruschi walked, Colpine singled, Bass doubled home Ruschi, then Crawford able to get the RBI ground out, and Taylor ahead 2-0 here in the first, just like they were in game 1. Morris smokes one to center field. Danforth runs back. It sails way over his head, bounces away from him. Bass will coast in from second base, and Jacob Morris drives in his 3rd run of the doubleheader. His second double makes it 3-0 Taylor here in game 2. Third hit here of the first. And a picture-perfect start for the Trojans. And nothing starting to go right here for the Lancers of Grace. Still only the 1 out. Morris runs at second, and the batter is Camden Knepp, the lefty right fielder. Knepp got a hit in game number 1. Strike here on the outside corner. He has got a hit in his last 3 games. A foul ball by Knepp. He's down in the count, 0-2. Morris switches places with Bass, who stood at second. It's a 3-0 Taylor lead here in the first with 1 out. Third one, a fastball at the letters, but outside the zone, away, 1-2. Knepp 1 for 4 in game 1. Singled and reached on a fielder's choice. For the first time all day, the sun shining down here on Winterholder Field. The 1-2. Ayton misses low, 2-2. Taylor jumped out to a 2-0 lead in game number 1. They're up 3-zip here in game 2. They entered the day 2 games back of Mount Vernon Nazarene for first place in the Crossroads League. MVNU throttled Huntington in game 1, but Mount Vernon Nazarene getting throttled right now in game 2. The Trojans need a sweep of grace and a doubleheader in a season and a split between MVNU and Huntington over the next 2 days. As someone's throwing rocks underneath the bleachers down near where our crowd mic is. That is the clanging that you hear right now. Wind blows from right to left. 2-2 count here to Knepp. Moore stands at second base after his RBI double. Pitch from Ayton, a curveball that just missed the upper part of the zone by a whisker. It was a beautiful pitch. The placement just a hair off. Full count, 3-2 to Knepp. One out here in the first. Payoff. Misses away, and it's a 1-out walk. Puts 2 on the bases here for the catcher, Ben Calbaugh. Good AB there from Knepp. He jogs down to first to see assistant coach Trevor Booth, who delivered the lineup card here before game number 2. Good to see Booth moving his way up in the world. He's taking over for Devin Wilburn, who's named the head coach of Delta High School down in the Muncie area back over the summer. 2 on, 1 out for Ben Calbaugh. Curveball, inside half for a strike. Ben, a couple RBI in game number 1. Also reached on an error off the single and the sac fly. Orange and blue bat held behind his white batting helmet. Breaking ball, thought about swinging, thought better of it. It's 1-1. 3-0 Taylor here in the bottom of the first inning.
Come on, Benny. Come on, Benny.
As they go for the sweep on day 1. 1-1 to Calbaugh. They almost catch the runner off of second base. Morris lunged to his right, had to get back to his left, and snuck just underneath the tag of McIntosh, the second baseman. Still a lot of baseball to be played in Ohio. MVNU has come back. They now trail by 9 in the bottom of the, or now by 4 in the bottom of the third. 13-9 in a slugfest in Ohio. Calbaugh sends it to the sky. Pollock runs out of room as he runs over into foul territory from first. It'll be interesting to see. The count now sits at 1-2 here to Calbaugh. It'll be interesting to watch as the sun sets back into our left behind the Kessler Student Activity Center and Turner Stadium. How this is going to affect the defensive players out here in game number 2 after we were cloud covered for all of game 1. 2 on, 1 out, bottom of the first. Taylor ahead 3-0. The count sits at a ball and 2 strikes. Calbaugh lifts the curveball to deep right field. Newkirk comes forward and makes the catch off of his left ear. Morris bluffs running to third. He stays at second Still first and third, but 2 gone for the Trojans here in the first. Still ahead 3-0. Eighth batter of the inning is the 8th batter in the order, Michael Penarski.
27, Michael Penarski.
Penarski 0 for 4, had a couple tough breaks in the opener. He was the one that rocketed it to Curiel at third base, made the diving stop. Fouls it back here, catches the net, strike 1. 3-0 Taylor. First 3 batters of the inning all reached. They've all scored. A double from Bass brought home Rushi. A ground out from Crawford scored Colpine. And a double from Morris brought Bass in from second base. A little half swing protecting the bottom part of the zone was Penarski. And it tails out of play to the right. 2 strikes to the third baseman, Penarski. That's the 36th pitch of the first inning for the right-hander, Kyle Ayton. The setting sun starts to cast shadows on the infield turf here at Winterholder Field. 8 out of the stretch, 2 on, 2 out for Penarski. They get him to pop it up, but it sails out of here foul. The number 9 batter in the order, Mason David, stands on deck. Penarski, the righty, was 0 for 4 in game 1, came into the day with a .219 average. He's got Morris at second, net behind him at first. 0-2, bounces in short, a good cover from Kosway. And there's ball 1 for Penarski. Penarski tries to follow the lead of his fellow Goshen, Indiana native Camden Knepp, who got on with the walk. McIntosh hugs the bag tightly at second with the righty Penarski at the dish. 1-2, little fight off, inside swing. We've seen every type of swing here from Penarski. The half swing to protect the bottom part of the zone. A little tight, kind of tucked his elbows into his sides on that swing on one low and in. Here's pitch number 6 with the count still at 1-2. Bottom of the first is where we sit. Taylor out front, 3-0. Out of the stretch comes 8 in the 1-2 again. Curveball. Penarski pops it up left side of the infield. Curiel at third. Tiptoes the line, makes the catch in foul territory. 3 runs come home for Taylor here in the bottom of the first of game 2 of our 7-inning affair. It's a 3-0 Taylor lead after 1 on the Trojan Sports Network. Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland is proud to support Taylor University Athletics. Located at 148 South Main Street, Best One is open 6 days a week. Owner Mike Pearson and his staff offer replacement tires from brands like Bridgestone, Firestone, and Goodyear. Customers can also shop for tires from the comfort of their home by using the online tire finder. When it's time for mechanical repairs, Best One's ASE certified technicians can perform a wide range of services to get their customers back on the road. And those same technicians can do repairs on fleet vehicles as well. Taylor Athletics says thank you to Mike Pearson and everyone at Best One Tire and Auto Care Upland.
Relaxing there, Fab. Get a hit.
Top of the second underway as Taylor put 8 men to the plate there in the bottom of the first. They lead 3-0. The leadoff batter is the right fielder Sam Newkirk. First 2 from Huseman are outside the zone, 2-0. Newkirk bats out of the 5-hole. Curiel 6th. The third baseman, and then Kosway, the catcher, rounds out the bottom of the first. He bats in the 7th spot. Breaker from Huseman misses away, and it's quickly 3-0. as Huseman able to work around a one-out single in the first. Then the Trojan bats came to life and wrapped out 3 runs on 3 hits. Inside, a get-me-over pitch makes it 3-1. Foul tip on the swing from the right fielder Newkirk, and the count is quickly full, 3-2. Newkirk, the catcher, as we mentioned in game number 1. At the plate, he was 0 for 3. Struck out swinging against Shively, flew out to left and then grounded out. He fouls the 3-2 back and it stays full. This one to the left side, in fair territory, Penarski. Oh, look at the quickness, but he overthrows Bass from behind third base. Newkirk in there at second, standing up as Bass ran and got it off the chain link fence. A real quick reaction there from Penarski, but now he's bent over at the waist behind third base. Not sure if it was on the throw or if he's more upset with himself. Remember, he slid into home in game 1 of the series against Indiana Wesleyan Thursday night. Had a little bit of an upper body ding. Came back and played on Saturday after a day off between the games 1 and 2 and games 3 and 4. But now starts to favor his right shoulder a little bit as Hackman comes and takes a look at him. It was an unbelievable quick move from Penarski on the bouncer behind third, just inside the line. Got the ball so quickly in and out of his mitt. And now the Trojans will bring Rushi over and he'll play catch with Penarski as they try to work out his right shoulder. Good zip on that throw. Maybe just a little bit, maybe not the best mechanics for Penarski as he tried to get that one quickly. He only needs 2 throws and he's good to go. So Penarski stays in. That's good for the Trojans over there at third base.
Now batting third baseman, number 4, Cal Curiel.
So runner at second on the throwing error from Penarski. As Grace tries to scratch out their first run here of the doubleheader. First one a strike. To the third baseman, Cal Curiel, who has really played nice defensively at the hot corner today here for GC. Curiel a walk, but did ground out twice in the opener. Swings and misses here, and he's quickly down 0-2. Curiel was caught trying to steal second base in game number 1. It's the 4th time he's been caught trying to steal this year. Ground ball to Penarski at third. Looks the runner back to second, throws across. Bass makes the catch above his head. And we check on Penarski. No shaking out of the arm or anything, so he seems to be good to go. 1 out here in the second for Grace as they trail 2 or 3-0.
29, Josh Cosme.
And the batter is the catcher, Josh Cosme. Cosme, the freshman from Bolingbrook, Illinois, a Wheaton Academy graduate. He's been the Kentucky native, fastball low and away, 1-0. Cosme, the DH in the opener, was 0 for 3 with a strikeout, a flyout, and a ground out. Runner at second is the leadoff man Newkirk after the throwing error from Penarski at third. Backdoor pitch will plunk Cosme in the back, and there are 2 on for Grace here with 1 out. 7th batter that Huseman has hit this season. That's the third base runner allowed by the Trojans here in game 2. And the courtesy runner over at first is Cameron Winker, number 1, running for the catcher Cosme. Batters second baseman Braden McIntosh. Fists one right side. Look at the wheels from Mason David. Covers a mess of ground and makes the catch for out number 2. Still 2 on the bases here for Grace. And it'll bring up the number 9 batter, Jake Cox.
Winker came on to run for Grace at first base. Jake Cox.
So it's number 9 hitter Cox, who did not play in game number 1. He's a sophomore from Union, Ohio. A 172 average. He's got 2 on the pond here with Grace down by 3 and a great frame from Cowball as he brought that one from out of the zone to across the outside corner. Austin Carr was the starting shortstop in game number 1. And Cox takes his spot here, number 9 in gray. Second one, right across the corner this time. No need for Cowball to bring over the breaker. 0-2. Here to Cox, the shortstop. Wind blows from right to left. And now Mason David moves a couple steps to his left or right over at second base. 2 strikes to Cox. Off the end of the bat, foul back. We'll do it again.
Come on, Noah. Come on, Noah.
Huseman glares in as he gets the sign from Cowball. Comes set as he looks off into the distance towards left field. Now sets his sights back on home. 2 strikes, opposite batter's box. Hopped off the mound thinking Cox might chase it. He did not. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Cox, 5'10" sophomore. 15 hits, no extra base knocks this year with 12 driven in. A ball and 2 strikes. Huseman comes home. Swing and a miss. Cowball picks it up and he tags out Cox for good measure. Huseman able to work around the leadoff error and the hit by pitch with 1 out. Grace leaves 2 stranded. We're through 1.5. It's 3-0 Taylor over Grace on the Trojan Sports Network.
Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 4 different levels of membership for you to choose from. Each level receives complimentary season tickets, while the Athletic Director's Circle and Trojan MVP levels receive gifts from the athletic department. Over the years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-4331 or log on to TaylorTrojans.com and click on the Trojan Club tab at the top of the homepage. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University student athletes.
Bottom of the second underway. The number 9 batter, Mason David, leads it off for the Trojans. He's up in the count 2-0 against Kyle Ayton, who dealt 39 pitches in the first inning. Taylor scored 3 runs on 3 hits. And now it's quickly a 3-0 count for the second baseman, David. Mason started off cold, flying out to center field twice in game 1, but then doubled and singled and scored. His last 2 times up to finish 2 for 4 out of the 9 spot in the opener. Count squarely in his hands here. He's ready to ditch the bat. Instead, it's called for a strike on the inside corner. 3-1 for the righty from Bloomington. (13-10) the Huntington lead in the 4th inning over in Ohio. 3-1, and there's ball 4. And the leadoff man on for the 2nd inning in a row with the walk. 3rd walk allowed by Ayton. And now some activity starts to buzz in that Grace bullpen.
Now batting for Taylor, the leadoff man and shortstop, number 3, Nick Rushi.
Top of the order up in the shortstop, Rushi.
on, Nick.
3-0 the Taylor lead. First one to Rushi, a fastball below the knees, 1-0. Nick walked and scored to lead the bottom of the first off. Time is called as Kosme comes out and talks with Aiton. Game one, we talked about how the Taylor men's golf team won their 6th straight Crossroads League championship on Tuesday down at the beautiful Chariot Hills Golf Course in southern Indiana, right on the border of Indiana and Kentucky. The women's golf team goes for another, I believe, their 5th straight tournament championship in a row. That starts Monday in Noblesville with 36 holes, and then Tuesday wraps it up with the final 18. It's a big Crossroads League tournament next week. With golf Monday, Tuesday, softball starts Wednesday with 2 fields down at the Grand Park Complex in Westfield. Then if you survive day 1, you move on to Marion's campus for the rest of the tournament starting Thursday. And the Track and Field League Championships held up at the University of Notre Dame in South Bend. Those start Thursday and Friday. And the baseball tournament starts Friday as well. Into the air, Rushi sends it to left field. Rich goes back, looks up. It gets off the bottom of the fence. The Rushi cheering section tried to will that thing out of here. It was just short by about a foot. But a double from Rushi makes it 2nd and 3rd with nobody out here in the 2nd frame. Third double of the doubleheader here for Rushi.
Now batting the DH, number 17.
Now 4 for 6 with the walk in the 2 games played so far. And the infield plays in here against the DH, Caleb Colpine. Keeps those hands tight. Rockets one to right field. Newkirk runs, goes back to the track, makes the catch just in front of the wall. But a long out number 1 allows David to scamper in from 3rd. The sac fly pushed the Taylor lead to 4-0. The lefty Colpine might have been a victim of that hard crosswind from right to left as it just jumped off of his bat, but the wind might have kept it in the park. The wind blows out to left field here for the righty Bass. Bass 1 for 1 with an RBI double. That got Taylor on the board. 1 inning ago. Fastball at the knees, strike 1 taken. Bass doubled and had the sac fly in the opener. RBI double here, then came around to score. Rushi stands at 2nd. Lays off an upstairs fastball, does Bass. It's 1-1. Taylor in game 1. They were 6 for 14 with 2 outs, but they were 2 for 2 when they had runners on and less than 2 outs. That's a situation that they have here. And they were 5 for 16 with runners in scoring position. Curveball ripped into left field. Rushi gets the wave around from Coach Gould. Rich comes up throwing from left. Rushi scampers in standing up. And Bass collects another RBI, his 2nd one in as many at-bats. 3 on the day for Bass between the 2 games, and it's 5-0 Taylor. Fifth hit for Taylor. 3 of their 5 have gone for extra bases. And Bats now with 76 runs batted in this season, continuing to add to his single season program total and record total. The batter is Crawford, the center fielder. Takes a mighty hack on a fastball, and it's 0-1. That's now 51 pitches tossed by the starter, Kyle Aiton. 2nd one. Crawford lifts it foul on a breaking ball. 2 strikes for the center fielder. He's 0 for 1 with the RBI ground out to bring home the 2nd run for Taylor in the 1st. They've added 2 more here in the 2nd of this 7-inning game number 2, and they lead 5-0. 0-2 from Ayton. One of the outside corner, just missed it. Might have been a hair high, too, for ball number 1.
Come on, Connor. Come on, Connor.
Righty versus righty with one out in the second. One on for Crawford. Rips it into center field. Good eye from Danforth. He comes into the gap in left center, makes the grab for the second out. Good contact there from Crawford. Just couldn't get enough on to really drive it away from the speedy Danforth. Two outs, one on.
Come on, Mo.
And 2 home for the Trojans here in the Zenit. Called strike 1 to Morris. 1 for 1 here in game 2 so far. Foul tips at a low offering, and now he's down 0-2. Taylor head coach Kyle Gould in the third base coach's box, telling Morris to come hit it my way, and that's a good piece of advice. Morris has been really good going opposite way to left field here so far against Grace here on this Friday. Down in the count, 2 strikes. Outside corner. Kosway cannot bring it back across for ball 1. Two doubles for Morris today. He's driven in 3 after going 3 for 3 with a walk in the opener. Smacks it right up the middle. McIntosh gets it and he beats Bass to first. That one almost took out our field umpire, but 2 runs in for Taylor here in the second. They're up 5-0 after 2 on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria. It's our taste.
Excellent sliding catch there from Knepp in right field. Looked like it might drop in and sneak its way in for a leadoff single for Grace and their leadoff batter, Danforth. Instead, it's just out number 1 as we start things here in the third. And the first pitch is a strike to the first baseman, Pollock. Pollock has the only hit today for Grace here in game 2. Lifts it opposite way to left. Morris races in, calls off Ruschi from short. Then the left fielder makes the catch above his head for a quick out number 2.
Now up for Grace is the left fielder, number 25, Alex Rich.
2 out, nobody on. As Grace tries to muster some offense here. They were shut out 9-0 in game 1, limited to just 3 hits. They're down 5-0 here in game 2 with only 1 hit.
First one, a fastball at the knees to the left fielder Alex Rich as Mason David reties his right cleat over at second base. Second one, a ball to Rich to make it 1-1. Score update from Mount Vernon. The Cougars have come back after trailing big 13-3 or 13-2. They're now down by only a couple. They're actually only one. 13-12 as they start the top of the fifth of their second game. That's going to go 7. The 1-2 to Rich, fouled out of play to stay 1-2. Third pitch was a called strike before the foul ball. Huseman, the 1-2 home. Pulled to the left by Rich, and it bounces foul between the third base coach Justin Love and the bag. Grace in the road gray uniforms with black numbers and black letters. Taylor in the home whites with the gold numbers and the gold letters. Another 1-2. Swing and a miss on one low. Rich down on strikes for the second time. And we head to the bottom of the third with Taylor ahead 5-0 on the second K today by Huseman.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Right fielder, number 14.
New pitcher in here for Grace. It is number 33, freshman lefty, 6'4", Kyle Reinhardt out of Rochester, Indiana. It's his 5th appearance of the season. His previous 7 innings of work, 7 strikeouts, 5 walks. He's allowed 1 run. And he'll face Camden Knepp, Ben Cowball, and Michael Panarski. Reinhardt takes the spot of the starter Ayton, who went 2 innings, allowed 5 hits, 5 runs, all earned. He walked 3, did not collect a strikeout on his 58 tosses. Knepp, the right fielder, leads it off 6, 7, and 8 up for Taylor here in this third frame. They're up 5-0 in this 7-inning game number 2. Fastball bounces in short, 1-0, and we're underway here in the third. Top of the 5th over at Mount Vernon. Huntington still holding on to that 13-12 lead. Taylor hoping for a series split between the Foresters and the Cougars and a 4-game sweep of Grace to move them into that tie for first place in the Crossroads Lake standings at the end of the regular season. Or they could 3 straight wins here for Huntington after the Foresters dropped the first one also. And it's 4-game sweep would give Taylor the outright regular season championship. 3-0 here to Knepp as he leads off this bottom of the third. He walked and got stranded at first back in the first inning. Knepp 6'2", $185, started the day batting .268.
Fastball away, and it's a 4-pitch walk for Knepp, who was 1 for 4 in game 1 today. All 3 leadoff men for Taylor today have reached via the walk. And here's Calbaugh, the catcher.
For Ben Calbaugh.
5-zip Taylor lead here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. The lefty kicks and comes home. Reinhardt paints the outside corner for a strike to the big righty, Ben Calbaugh.
Come on, Benny.
Ben, one of the top exit velocities on the Trojans. It's always a battle between he and TJ Bass, both well over 100 miles per hour when they were tested a couple years back on the exit velo. Reinhardt's out of the stretch, darts in a curveball that started off up high, then came in right at the top left corner as we sit behind the home plate of the zone. 2 strikes to Calbaugh, who's 0 for 1, flying out to Newkirk in right field for the 2nd out of the 1st inning. Nobody gone here in the 3rd. 5-0 the Taylor lead. Runner goes from first. Calbaugh hit and run right to the shortstop, Cox. They'll have to get the force out at first. They do. Good job by Knepp to show off the speed. The runner moves into scoring position. And there's 1 gone for Taylor here at inning number 3. Runner in scoring position for Taylor. 5 for 16 in that category in game 1. And here's Panarski, 0 for 1 for the 3rd baseman out of Goshen, Indiana, and Manchester University. Curveball darts in from Reinhardt, strike 1. That curveball's been looking good here as the skinny lefty came in out of the pen. Knepp at second after the leadoff walk. Panarski checks. Good cover from Kosme behind the plate. Panarski checks his swing. He did not go around. It's 1-1. Third one to Panarski. Opposite batter's box, it's 2-2. Or 2-1, I apologize. Games 3 and 4 of this series come here on this field tomorrow with the first pitch at 1 o'clock. That'll wrap up the regular season. And everybody's off until Friday for the 8 teams that qualify for the Crossroads League tournament. 4 games Friday. Spinning off the mound is Reinhardt's. Knepp back to second. 4 games Friday, 4 games Saturday. We break for Mother's Day Sunday. And then Monday and Tuesday to wrap up the 2022 league tournament. Panarski ahead in the count, 2-1 with that slightly open righty batting stance. Reinhardt's the lefty away on a breaking ball, 3 balls and a strike. Close stance for the lefty Reinhardt. Looks back to Knepp, who has a healthy lead at second base. Swing and a miss as a ball tailed away from Panarski. And the count is full, 3-2. Panarski popped out to Cal Curiel, the 3rd baseman, in foul territory to end the 1st. Bats here with a runner at second, 1 gone in the 3rd, and Taylor ahead 5-0. Pickoff attempt. Reinhardt just pivots off the mound. Knepp back into the bag. Looks like it's going to be a little bit warmer tomorrow for games 3 and 4. Temperatures should get into the 70s, but there is some rain in the forecast later in the day. It should be a little bit warmer. Maybe not as much cool breeze as we have here on Friday. Payoff pitch, opposite batter's box, and that's a walk. 2 on with 1 out. Here with Taylor ahead 5-0 in the 3rd. Both men on the bases here have reached via the free pass. Time is called as one of the assistant coaches, I believe that's Ryan Moore in his 5th season for Grace, comes out to have a chat on the hill. Top of the 5th, an insurance run has come home for Huntington. They lead 14-12 with 2 outs in game 2. So they're keeping their eyes, well, the players and the coaching staff, they're keeping their eyes here on the field. Those of us not playing in the game, we can kind of browse around and keep tabs on everything else going on over there at Mount Vernon, Ohio. Two walks, 2 on, and the batter is the 9-hitter Mason David. Reinhardt's first inning out of the pen. Looks like the Mason David fan club is sitting right in front of us. A couple different folks have both their phones out recording the at-bat here with David. He walked and scored his first time up. Hopefully they're able to record something fun here on the first offering from Reinhardt's. Reinhardt's the lefty, takes the time. David shows bunt. Bounces it off of home plate for a foul ball. So we'll delete that one from our phones and we'll tee up the camera once again.
Come on, Mace. Come on, Mace.
Two on, 1 out. Bottom of the 3rd, Taylor up 5-0. Knepp dances at second. Bluffing the throw is Reinhardt's to the bag as Cox does the 2-step with Knepp off the base. David walked and scored on the Colpine sac fly an inning ago. Phones back out for the David family. A late bunt on the first one. Can swing away here. Inside, good cover on the bounce as Cosme kept it in front of him. 1-1.
Come on, Mace. Come on, Mace.
One out in the bottom of the 3rd. Taylor up by a 5 spot. Pollock creeps in from first. And that's drawn the eye of Pollock after David tried to lay the bunt down on the first pitch. The 3rd one here is just like the 2nd one, out of the zone low, 2-1. Knepp, good speed at second base. Penarski, a good athlete back at first. They're trying to really blow this thing open even more. They're ahead 5-0 over Grace. They've outscored the Lancers 14-0 so far between the 1 game and change. Reinhardt's takes his time. That's too long for David as he calls time with his black-gloved right hand. The lefty Reinhardt's against the righty bat of David, who's up in the count 2-1. 1 out and 2 on the bases. Missing is Reinhardt's away, 3-1. The top of the order on deck, and only 1 base open. This will be pitch number 18 for Reinhardt's out of the pen. Entered before the start of this bottom of the 3rd. He walked Knepp to start on 4 pitches. He got Penarski to a full count and then walked him. 3 balls and a strike to David, who crowds the inside part of the plate. And the righty watches that one hit the outside corner, and the count is full on the off-speed offering. Reinhardt's the lefty out of the stretch. Comes set just below the chin. And here's the 3-2 to David. Golfs it high in the air to right field. Newkirk has got a bead on it. Makes the grab above his head in deep right field. Knepp hits the accelerator. Throw comes in a 1-hop from deep right field, but it's off target. Knepp slides in safe at 3rd, and now it's 1st and 3rd. But 2 outs for the top of the order in Nick Ruschi.
Now batting the shortstop, number 3, Nick Ruschi.
3rd plate appearance for the shortstop, Nick Ruschi. He's yet to be retired today as the Trojans trying to create some more 2-out magic. They're 0 for 2 with 2 retired today after being much better in that category
in game one. Lefty versus lefty here. Rushi goes right to the right side, dancing out of the way is Panarski. Knepp scores from third easy. Rushi with his second hit here of game two. He's 2 for 2 with the walk. And that makes the Taylor lead 6-0. So the first 2-out hit for the Trojans and a call to the bullpen here for Grace as they trail 6-0 in the bottom of the third. 2 on, 2 out here on the Trojan Sports Network. Second pitcher here of the inning for Grace. Taylor's pushed 1 run home. They're ahead 6-0 with 2 on and 2 out. Mason Meyer, the 6'1 junior righty out of North Manchester, Indiana. Enters in his 20th appearance. 6'1 righty, 2-0, or excuse me, a 1-1 record, an ERA of over 9. In 20 innings this season, he's walked 18, or struck out 18 and walked 17. He faces Colpine here with 2 outs in the third. He replaces the starter, the lefty Kyle Reinhardt. Colpine swings and misses on a big cut. It's strike 1. Reinhardt went 2/3 of an inning, all here in the third. Allowed 1 hit, walked 2, allowed 1 run, and he is responsible for the 2 guys on the bases here. As Taylor out front 6-0 here in the bottom of the third as they go for the doubleheader sweep in the second to last day of the regular season. Second one bounced in from Meyer, 1-1. Colpine singled and scored in the first, and then hit the sac fly to right field that brought home David in the second frame. Good crowd here on hand, even though that wind whipping and making things a little bit chillier than what we had last week for the 2 days against Indiana Wesleyan. Curveball dropped in from the righty Meyer, called strike 2 for the lefty DH Colpine. This bottom of the third has gone on so long. Noah Huseman had to pop up and take a couple warm-up throws down in the Taylor pen a few moments ago. Meyer peers in. Straps dangling off of his black and tan mitt. A low fastball evens the count at 2-2. Knepp led the inning off with a walk. He scored on the RBI knock from Rushi. Panarski up at second base ahead of the aforementioned Rushi. 2-2 from Meyer. Colpine stays alive, fouling it off a home plate on a curveball.
Colpin was 1 for 5 in game 1 with a double and an RBI. 1 for 1 here in game 2. Off the end of the bat, tails out of play, foul, back into our left. We got a couple rays of sunshine for a while, but it's all gone here as that sun sets behind us here on Friday night. Semester winding down for the students here at Taylor. Right back up the middle, look out Meyer. Colpin gets his second hit of the ball game, rounding third and heading home is the third baseman Michael Panarski. Another 2-out knock for the Trojans here in this game. They push the lead to 7-0. So still first and second for TJ Bass. The book still not closed just yet on the first reliever, Reinhardt's. As Bass steps in on a 2-for-2 game 2. Taylor now 2 for 4 with 2 outs up on the board, with both those knocks coming here in the third frame. Off speed in there for a strike at the knees, with Bass taking the whole way. He has a couple RBI here in game 2, a double and a single in innings 1 and 2. 3-2-2 the runs scored in the first 3 innings. That the third one has still not come to a close yet for Taylor. The 0-1. Short. Coast May keeps it in front. The runners stay where they are, and the count evens at 1. Taylor was 6 for 14 with 2 outs in game 1 on their way to a 9-0 victory to start this 4-game series off. They've collected back-to-back hits here with 2 outs, with 2 runs coming home because of it. Third pitch in there, misses its mark, 2-1. Connor Crawford awaits on deck with Jacob Morris behind him here in this third frame. Bass ahead, 2-1. Curveball, look out, cop car behind the left field fence. This thing gets out of here on a line. A missile 3-run home run for Bass makes it 10-0 Trojans. His 19th homer of the season, and now he's knocking on the door of 80 runs batted in this season. Third hit with 2 outs here in this inning.
Now batting for Taylor, number 9, Connor Crawford.
Bass has driven in 5 runs here in game 2. He now has 79 RBI on the season. 11 more than Ryan Otis's previous single season high, set of 68 back in 2010. That does close the book now on Reinhardt. He's given up 3 runs in total. Meyer has come in and given up 2. A single to Colpin and the homer to Bass that drove in 3 of them. Strike 1 here to Crawford as he is the 8th batter of the inning here in the third, as Taylor has taken a stranglehold on this one, out 10-0. Outscoring Grace 19-0 in the 2 games here so far today. And Alec Holcomb makes the casual walk to go get the home run ball and bring it back. Curveball, Crawford fights it off right side. Foul territory, Pollock, the first baseman, for the catch. But the Trojans do a ton of damage. 5 runs here in the third with 3 2-out hits, singles from Ruschi and Colpin to drive in 1 apiece, and a 3-run blast from Bass. And after 3, it's all Taylor. They're up 10-0 over Grace on the Trojan Sports Network.
Your heart, well, your heart is everything to you and your body. And its favorite place to be is home. Marion General Hospital has been named a nationally accredited chest pain center, which is the highest accomplishment in cardiovascular care. We are proud to provide our community with a team of cardiac experts throughout MGH. From our ambulance and emergency room to our cardiovascular departments, in partnership with our experienced local cardiologists and interventional cardiologists from St. Vincent's Medical Group. The same level of cardiovascular expertise in bigger cities at larger hospitals is available right here. Everyone has their expertise. At MGH, our expertise is your heart, bringing the best in the nation home to you. Your heart is in the right place at MGH.
Noah Huseman out on the hill again as he tries to pick up his second straight win in as many starts. He got the win in Game 2 against Indiana Wesleyan last week. He faces Chris Griffin here, who screams a foul ball back to make the count even at 1-1. Plenty of run support here for Noah. In the second frame, Taylor gets 3 hits with 2 outs to drive in 5 runs, all of them in that bottom of the third. They lead 10-0 here in the top half of the fourth, and just 1 hit for the Lancers here in the second game. 2-1 is sent backwards by Chris Griffin, the DH, and the count is all square at 2s. Middle third of the order, Griffin, Newkirk, and Curiel. The Lancers, Huseman quickly working here the fastest he's been all day. Rollover ground ball right side. Mason David at second to Bassett first for the first out.
How about in the right fielder, number 5, Sam Newkirk.
Sammy, relax, you hit it hard somewhere.
Gracious 1 for 4 with the leadoff men today. Taylor a perfect 3 for 3, getting their leadoff men on, all via the walk, but they've gotten on all 3 times. Beautiful breaking ball from Huseman. Freezes Newkirk for a called strike on the corner. Taylor offensive lineman who sits to our left, that's Trey Wood. He knew it was off a strike off of Huseman's hand. This one sent to the parking lot for a quick strike 2. Newkirk, one of just the 3 Lancers to reach the bases here in Game 2, reached on the error in the second. Down to the count, 0-2. Roll over left side, back to Penarski. Vacuums it up, sets his feet, calm throw, and right to Bass for out number 2. Good to see Penarski's shoulder feeling a little bit better. It was his high throw on a quick screamer from Newkirk back in that second inning that led to the error. They had that arm checked out. He looks to be good to go. And then we'll see if Huseman can get his second straight 1-2-3 inning as he's retired 7 straight. The batter is the third baseman, Curiel. And Huseman deals in a strike on a fastball. Curiel 0 for 1, grounded out to Penarski at third for the first out in that second stanza. Way in front of one here, fouls it off. It's quickly, no balls, 2 strikes. 10-0 hole for Grace as they bat at the top of the fourth of this 7-inning game number 2. 2-strike pitch just below the knees. Huseman tried to will it in there, but it was a hair too low to let Cowball do anything with it from a framing standpoint. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Nobody on, 2 outs. Huseman looks for a second straight 1-2-3 inning. We'll get another pitch here as that one collects and goes foul off the net. Taylor won game 1 9-0. 14 hits in the opener. They're ahead 10-0 here with 8 hits here in game 2. Huseman out of the windup, peers over the mitt, comes home. Swing and a miss. He almost spun Curiel into the turf. Second straight 1-2-3 inning for Huseman. His third K. He's retired 8 in a row. And it is all Noah Huseman here in the nightcap. Taylor out front 10-0 on the Trojan Sports Network.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965 when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Jacob Morris, Camden Knepp, Ben Cowbaugh. Here in the bottom of the fourth, Taylor squarely in the driver's seat, up 10-0. They have 8 hits. Grace with just 1 as the Taylor Bats have done their job and Noah Huseman has followed suit. As two sides kind of play what you can do, I can do better, sort of back and forth. First pitch from Meyer is low for a ball to lefty Morris. First full inning of work for Meyer. Morris 1 for 2, an RBI double and a fielder's choice. Away, now 2-0. They're in the bottom of the 6th at Mount Vernon. Huntington holding on to that 14-12 slugfest lead. Taylor hoping for a split. Morris swings and misses to make it 2-1. Taylor started the weekend 2 games back of Mount Vernon Nazarene for the first place in the Crossroads League standings. The Trojans hoping for a split between Huntington and Mount Vernon Nazarene and a 4-0 sweep here against Grace to bring them into a tie. As the fourth pitch is called for strike 2 to even the count. Trojans hoping for that doubleheader split in Ohio, the series split in Ohio, and then a chance to tie for the regular season championship. The 2-2 bounces in way short. 3-2 here to Morris. Morris was perfect in game number 1. 3 for 3 with a walk, drove in 2, scored 3 times. He's 1 for 2 here in the nightcap so far, batting out of the 5 spot. Payoff from Meyer. Curveball, ball 4. And for the 4th time tonight, here in game 2, the Trojans leadoff man walks. And speaking of walks, that's all the man at the plate here, Camden Knepp, has done here in our second game of the day. The lefty against the right-handed throwing Mason Meyer. Up high, 1-0. Fastball inside to Knepp, and the count sits at 1-1 on a called strike 1. Third one to the lefty Knepp, a curveball that paints the inside or the outside part of the plate. 1-2 on back-to-back looking strikes as Meyer is starting to calm down here a little bit. 2-run home run for Mount Vernon Nazarene has tied their game at 14 in the bottom of the 6th over there in Ohio. 1-2 here in Indiana, now 2-2 on 1 away. Knepp walked in the first, that's as far as he got, then walked and scored in the third on the Ruschi 2-out single. 2-2, chases one up high, comes up empty, strikes out. First strikeout for a Grace pitcher here in game 2, and that's the first out for Taylor here in the bottom of the 4th.
Now batting the catcher, number 34, Ben Cowbaugh.
Cowbaugh 0 for 2 as the wind blows in a little bit from right center field. Runner at first, curveball strike, outer half. Morris still situated at first after his leadoff walk. Back pick down there, a high throw. Strike 2 at the plate to Cowbaugh. Good reaction from Cosme, with Morris taking a little bit of a healthier lead at first. Cowbaugh nothing and 2 the count. He's also 0 for 2 here in our second game of the day. Driven a couple runs with a single and a sac fly in the opener earlier. 1 out here in the 4th. Taylor ahead 10-0. Inside, did that get him on the hands? It did as he leaned out of the way, and there'll be 2 on the bases here for the Trojans. Drew Loy comes in, and he runs for Cowbaugh, who gives a thumbs up with his left thumb, signaling he's okay back to the dugout. Tough break there for Meyer, who is ahead in the count, 0-2. 2-1 with 1 out for the third baseman, Penarski.
Drew Loy on a run for the Trojans at first. Number 27, Michael Penarski now batting.
Penarski 0 for 1 as he bats for the third time tonight. Taylor is 8 for 16 with runners on here in game 2, and they're 6 for 10 when they're in scoring position. Near the chin, Penarski calmly moves his head out of the way, 1-0. Morris at second. Loy runs for Calaball at first. One gone here in the bottom of the fourth. Penarski rips it but pulls it foul, well in front of the third base bag. Ball and a strike to Penarski. One gone here in inning number 4. Taylor won game 1 9-0. They're up 10-0 here in game number 2. Third one to Penarski. Curveball that sails in high. 2 balls, 1 strike. Penarski was 0 for 4 in the opener. 0 for 5 now after popping out in foul ground to end the first. He walked and scored last time up, last inning in inning 3. Inside, moves out of the way on a curveball that almost hit him on the bicep. It's 3-1. Meyer out of the stretch with 2 on the bases and 1 gone in the 4th frame. Penarski golfs the 1 foul. It dances over the top of the Taylor dugout and out of play. We saw the ends of fingertips of extended hands jumping, trying to keep that one here, but it bounced out of their reach. Ball quickly thrown to Jake Gongwer, who took a couple steps out of the dugout and retrieves that foul ball with ease. Easiest one he's gotten all day. Count is full to Penarski. Another bouncer here. This one will stay and bounce to the Taylor dugout. And the count remains full as baseballs are needed here behind home plate. A leadoff walk for Morris. With 1 out, Calaball is hit by a pitch. Loy runs for him at first. Here's pitch number 7 to Penarski with the count all full. Meyer comes home. Penarski rips it through the left side of the infield. They wave Morris around from second. The throw comes in, bounces in short. Morris scores standing up. Penarski with an RBI single, his first one of game 2, and it's 11-0 Taylor. So Taylor now 9 for 17 with runners on and 7 for 11 in game 2. They're in scoring position.
Now batting the second baseman, number 15, Mason Davis.
Good adjustments there from Penarski after he had pulled a couple of pitches left foul. Was able to barrel that one up. And the batter here's Mason David trying to barrel one up there. Swung and missed, strike 1. Good news here for Taylor. They're up 11-0. Bad news for Taylor. Mountainford and Nazarene scored 3 in the bottom of the 6th, and they lead 15-14. 3 outs away from a sweep on day 1, and they would be a win away from taking the regular season championship. 2 strikes to David, who's 0 for 1 today as he bats for the 3rd time. Loy at second, Penarski behind him at first. Curveball paints the outside corner. David goes down looking on a beautiful breaking ball from Meyer. Top of the order up in Rushi. Both outs in this inning recorded by Meyer via the strikeout. Still some work to do with Rushi, who's yet to be retired here in game 2. Nick was 3 for 7 in games 3 and 4 of the IWU series last Saturday. Launches this one into the air, but it was tailing foul. Here in game 2, Rushi 2 for 2 with the walk. He's scored all 3 times he's been to the plate. And in game 1, he went 3 for 5, scoring twice with 2 doubles and an RBI as well. 2 on here in the bottom of the 4th. Taylor with 1 run home, they lead by 11. Meyer leaves it high, 1-1.
Come on, Nick.
Milloy with a safe lead at second. Penarski back at first. The 1-1 to Rushi. Meyer, the righty, fires high with a fastball, 2-1. A walk in the first, a double in the second, an RBI single in the third for Rushi. For the second inning in a row, he bats with 2 outs. He's the one that kickstarted that 3-hit, 5-run with 2 outs showing last inning. Can he do it again here in the fourth? He's up in the count, 2-1. Meyer pivots off the mound. Loy back to the bag at second. Rushi waggles his bat behind his white batting helmet. 2-1. Curveball misses low, 3-1. With Colpine standing on deck. The 3-1 to Rushi with third base open, and now it will be open no longer. 2-out walk. Rushi draws his second walk here of game 2, and they're loaded up for the DH, Caleb Colpine.
Now batting the DH, number 17, Caleb Colpine.
Loy at third, Penarski at second. Bases full for the DH, the lefty, Caleb Colpine. 2 for 2 as he bats for the 4th time. Rips it in the air down the left field line. Tantalizingly close, but foul as it lands in the Taylor pen. Colpine tried to ride the wind out towards left field. Wanted to sneak it inside the left field foul pole, but it tailed away. Couple of singles for Colpine today, a sac fly in the second and an RBI knock in the third. We're in the fourth, 11-0 Taylor here against Grace. Colpine checks on one up high, ball 1, with the bases full of his mates. Loy at third, Penarski at second, Rushi back there at first. 1 run home for the Trojans. Colpine fouls it back, it's 1-2. A late charge from Crawford out of the dugout as he tried to haul that one in. Off the netting. Over at Mount Vernon, Huntington down to their last out in the top of the 7th, down 15-14. Bases full here. 1-2, smack to center field. Danforth doesn't have to move a lot as he makes the catch. Taylor leaves him stranded, but they push one more run home here in the 4th. It's 11-0 Taylor after 4 here on the Trojan Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough, Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or it can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greeks also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greeks is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria, it's our taste.
Hey, there we are. Always helps when you don't have things fall and hit the wrong button. Strike to McIntosh, and now two of them after Cosme fouls out to Bass to start the inning off. Things have turned up in Taylor's favor in Ohio. A throwing error after a two-out single has brought the tying run around to score for Huntington, and they're level at 15. With a runner at second, Huseman gets a strikeout here for 2 outs in the fifth. He is on cruise control right now.
Shortstop, number 9, Jake.
But Taylor hoping that Huntington can push this run around here. The game level at 15, top of the seventh. Mount Vernon already took the first game 13-0. Big cut and a miss. Jake Cox. Huseman looking for that third straight 1-2-3 inning. Shively retired 11 in a row in game one. Hughes trying to get to that here. Foul ball, 0-2, and this thing is just a rapid pace here for Huseman. This will be the 8th pitch of the inning here for Noah. Outside corner just misses its mark. It's ball number 1. Five punch outs for Huseman. Inside of that gets Cox on the hand, and that ends the consecutive batter streak, and also dinged up Cowball behind the plate as well. So 2-out hit by pitch, second hit by pitch by Huseman here in the game. And the top of the order coming up here for Grace.
Now batting for Grace, the leadoff man and center fielder, number 2, Patrick Danforth.
So 10 in a row retired by Huseman after Shively got 11 straight in game 1. To the top of the order in the center fielder, Patrick Danforth. Backdoor breaking ball starts with the shoulder, ends up as a strike. Third out just recorded in Mount Vernon Nazarene. The go-ahead run left stranded. Danforth fouls it out of play to the right on a golf swing, catches the net. And so we head to the bottom of the 7th over at Mount Vernon, Ohio, with MVNU with an opportunity to walk it off after Huntington came back and tied it after 3 unanswered, scored by the Cougars. 0-2 to Danforth, the center fielder. Huseman's fastball is upstairs, 1-2. Danforth 0 for 2. Last time up, denied a hit by a sliding catch by Knepp in right. Off the end of the bat, foul. Danforth, the single season leader in hits. He got that mark Tuesday with a couple of knocks. Had 1 hit in game number 1. That was a double, and for the longest time, that was the only hit that Grace had. They've got 1 knock here. Right at the letters, Huseman pirouettes off the mound with his 6th K as Grace leaves 1 stranded. We head to the bottom of the 5th. All Taylor here. They're up 11-0.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
What limits you? Too small, too old, insecure, broken. You have no limits. Rethink your limits.
Bottom of the 5th, 3, 4, and 5 up for the Trojans. Bass, Crawford, and Morris. They've scored in every inning that they've batted before this one. Bass pulls it hard to the left for a foul ball, and our bottom of the 5th is underway. 3 for 3, game 2 for TJ. RBI double in the first, RBI single in the second, and a laser beam 3-run home run in the third. Now pushes that single season RBI mark to 79, and Meyer plunks him on the left quad. Pinch run for Bassett. Brent running for Bassett. Be Norby Fernandez. Over at Mount Vernon, runner on with nobody out in the bottom of the 7th. MVNU and Huntington tied at 15 with MVNU batting.
Now batting is number 9, Connor Crawford.
And the batter is going to be Crawford. As we see Norby Fernandez for the first time tonight, junior from Canton, Michigan. 11-zip Taylor lead. They've had 9 hits today, including 4 for extra bases. Crawford inserts that first hit. He's 0 for 3 with an RBI. Curveball, good slide by Kosme to the right. Ball 1. Bass is the second batter that Meyer has hit since coming out of the bullpen. Rips it left side, but foul. Crawford a solo home run and an RBI in the opener. A wild pitch by Mount Vernon by Huntington has put a runner at second base. Crawford skies one to Newkirk in right field. Makes the catch above his head for the first out as Fernandez retreats back to first. Tough night here for Crawford in game 2 as he's 0 for 4. And that brings Jacob Morris to the plate.
Now batting the left fielder, number 35, Jacob Morris.
Morris has gotten on twice here tonight after having a splendid game 1. Rockets one out of here, foul to the left. Morris 1 for 2 with an RBI on that double in the first and walked and scored in the 4th. Sits on one, fouls it straight back. He's down the count, 0-2, 1 out for Taylor, with Fernandez running for Bass at first after he got plunked by a pitch. The 0-2, Meyer out of the stretch, low, runner goes, Kosme got it, throws it wildly away from second as Morris was in there providing the pick as a lefty bat. Fernandez is safe at second, and the count sits at 1-2 to Morris with 1 gone in inning 5.
Come on, J-Mo.
A ball and 2 strikes to Morris. Meyer on the first base side of the rubber sets the belt and comes home out of the stretch. Morris scoots back on the fastball and the count evens at 2-2. Same 2 here tomorrow. 1 o'clock first pitch here from beautiful Winter Holder Field. Games 3 and 4 of the series. 2 outs in Mount Vernon on a line drive shot to second base. Their game tied at 15. Taylor hoping for a Huntington victory. Morris ahead 3-2. Fernandez runs at second.
Come on, Mo.
Morris trying to walk for the second time, bounces it left side. Curiel fields, and they get Morris at first on a big lean from Pollock. And there are 2 outs here for Camden Knepp. Good reach there as Pollock shows off his range at first. So here's Knepp, 2 walks here tonight in game 2. Fernandez still at second base. We're in the bottom of the 5th. Taylor out in front 11-0. They scored the first 3 runs of the game and have not looked back since. Up and in. 2-0. Throw down to third. And that is going to send us to extras in Mount Vernon. MVNU tried to steal third. Swing and a miss from Knepp. It's 1-1. MVNU tried to steal third. The Huntington catcher gunned him down, and they're on to extras in Ohio, tied at 15. Here, all Taylor, 2 outs in the 5th. Fernandez runs at second. The lefty Knepp at the plate. 1-1 pitch from Meyer. Now 2-1. As Kosme had to swing to the left and almost fell over on his left hip. Had to balance himself with his mitt. Pops his helmet on the top of his head, readjusts the earpiece in his right ear. And it's a 2-1 count. And that's ball 3. Cowball, the catcher, on deck. 2 outs. Runner at second is Fernandez, who runs for Bass. Count squarely in the hands of the right fielder Knepp at 3 balls and a strike. Up and away, and it's ball 4. Another walk issued by Grace. Pitching, it's their 8th one here of game 2. And we'll see if Taylor's hot batting with 2 outs can continue.
Now batting the catcher, number 34, Ben Calvin.
Come on, Benny. Come on, Benny.
First and second for the catcher, Ben Calbaugh. Fights one back on an upstairs pitch, strike 1. Ben 0 for 2, got hit by a pitch his last time up, last inning in the 4th. Drew Lloyd came in to run for him and got all the way to third base. 11-0 Taylor to try to score for the 5th straight inning in this contest tonight. Fastball is low, 1-1. Taylor 33-16, 23-10 in the Crossroads League. Grace on the other side, 17-30, 10-23 in league action. Curveball, nicely thrown by Meyer to make it strike 2 on the called punch. Or the called strike, I should say. Cowball is flown out to right and grounded out outside of the hit by pitch. Meyer shakes off the first sign. Same thing with the second one from Kosme. He likes the third one. And here it is on the 1-2. Cowball gulfs it to the George Glass track and field complex. That thing gets way out of here as Ben Cowball drills his 4th homer of the year. It's 14-0 Trojans. Their 2nd homer of game 2, their 3rd one of the doubleheader today. Ben's little brother Brody will like that one. 14-0 Taylor. 5 extra base hits for the Trojans. 10 hits in total. That's Cowball with 5 RBI here in the 2 games so far. And another 2-out hit for the Trojans. They're 4 for 8 with, get this, they are 4 for 8 with 2 outs today. 10 for 22 with runners on, and 8 for 15 in scoring position here in game 2. And oh, by the way, they've got the leadoff man on all 5 times here in the nightcap. This one by Penarski up the left field line will be extra bases for sure as it bounces around in the left field corner. Michael gets his first hit of game 2, and the hits just keep coming for the Trojans. They're like Motown early on in the 1900s. It's Penarski with a 2-out double, and it's Mason David, the second baseman. And a call to the bullpen coming here for Grace. We'll introduce you to the new pitcher next on the Trojan Sports Network. Cole Schrock pinch hits here for Mason David. Folks bobbing their heads along to Schrock's walk-up song. 14-0 Taylor after the 3-run home run from Calbaugh as Mason Meyer chased down to the circle. He went 2 innings here. He's still responsible for Penarski, who stands at second. And the new pitcher in is Isaiah Herbster, 6'5" righty. 14th or 15th appearance overall, his 9th one in relief. It's ball 1. To Cole Schrock, 5'11" senior out of Columbus, Ohio. As the senior looks for his first hit of his senior campaign. His fiance and her friends have their phones out trying to document Schrock's first hit of the year. Cole with a run and a walk and a couple of strikeouts for 31 in white. And a good frame there from Kosme, puts it on the outside corner. Strike 1 to make it 2-1. Taylor can do no wrong offensively or defensively here in game 2. 14-0 on 11 hits. Inside of the lefty on the shoe tops. And it's 3-1 to the pinch hitter, Schrock. Three and one. Smack to the right side, but right to the second baseman. McIntosh, who misplays it. It rolls into right field. Penarski holds at third, and Schrock is in there safe at first. Another pinch hitter. It'll be the older brother of Caleb Colpine, Cade Colpine.
Another pinch hitter for Taylor, this time number 7, Cade Colpine.
Come on, Cade.
Cade Colpine, the junior out of Fort Wayne. Second and third for the Trojans after the misplay from McIntosh. That's the first error here in game 2 for Grace. Cade has 3 for 12 this season. Pinch hits here with second and third. Penarski and Schrock behind him. Fastball up high, and it's quickly 3-0 here to the 8th batter of the inning. Good to see Cade come back. Tore his Achilles the night before the Trojans left for their Arizona trip last January. Sends it in the air to center field. Danforth playing back, races in. It's going to drop in front of him. It'll be a 2 RBI single for Colpine, and it's 16-0 Trojans as Cade drives in runs 2 and 3 on the season. And the batter will be the pinch hitter Josh Godfrey, who bats for the DH Caleb Colpine. 9th batter of the inning for Taylor, as they just can do nothing wrong offensively here. 5 runs in the bottom of the 5th. They're at 16. This clips Godfrey. He's upset. He wanted to try to swing the bat a little bit. Hits him in the ribs. His fans down to our left, they give that a big round of applause. And the Trojans bat around here in the 5th. Norby Fernandez, who pinch ran for Bass, stays in and will bat here for TU as Bass led the inning off with the hit by pitch. So it's Cade Colpine at second, Godfrey at first, and here's Norby Fernandez. His 1 for 7 this season, his lone hit, a home run. 2 outs, bouncer up the middle, charging off the mound. Herbster sets his feet from the third baseline, loudly pops it in. Fernandez didn't get thrown out by about a half of a step. But 5 more runs in here for Taylor in the bottom of the 5th. They lead 16-0 over Grace on the Trojans Sports Network.
Greek's Pizzeria in Upland opened its doors in December of 2017. Over the years, there have been more than 140 Greeks opened across the country, with 24 Indiana locations. When it comes to pizza, Greeks offers customers the option to create their own pizza or to try one of Greek's specialized pizzas. Greeks uses fresh, homemade, hand-tossed dough Greek's Italian sauce, select blended cheeses, gourmet toppings, and the same method of preparation since the first restaurant opened in 1969. The kitchen can also whip up a sandwich served on fresh French-style bread, or can put that sandwich into a pizza shell wrap. Customers can also add breadsticks or French-style bread as a side item. Greek's also offers a selection of salads and assorted dressings as well. Greek's is located just off Main Street in Upland and is a proud supporter of Taylor University Athletics. Greek's Pizzeria. It's our taste.
Just 2 defensive changes here for Taylor as we start the top half of the 6th. Cole Schrock stays in and plays second base. Drew Loy replaces Crawford in center field. Swing and a miss on the Heat. It's a Pollock from Huseman. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pitching change in Mount Vernon. Tying run is at second base with 1 out there in the 8th over there in Ohio. Huseman inside, looking for strike 3. That's the 7th punch out for Huseman today. And just as good as the Taylor offense have been, Huseman has been just as good, if not better. Swinging on foul tip by Alex Rich, the left fielder. And Huseman pitching like he has a dinner reservation to get to here in about 10 minutes. And there's quickly 0-2. Huseman has thrown 6 pitches, 4 of them, or 5 of them have been for strikes. Up the middle, Ruschi charges from short, slides back to his feet. A 1-hopper, Bass able to snag it for out number 2. So the defense flashes the letter up the middle, and Ruschi for out number 2. Nice pick by Bass, too.
Now batting the designated hitter, number 34, Chris.
Someone down there behind our crowd mic just said that Nick Ruschi's really good at baseball. That is an accurate statement. Chris Griffin, the DH, swings through. Actually got a piece of it just by a hair. And the foul ball makes it strike 1. Cy Stanley gets loose in the Taylor bullpen. Check swing. Griffin goes around on one that bounced in. They appeal. Yep, Griffin went. 0-2. Huseman looks for that third 1-2-3 inning of the night. It's a 16-0 Grace deficit as they bat at the top of the 6th of this 7-inning game 2. Huseman glares in at Cal Ball, the catcher. 0-2. Griffin pops it up high. Huseman races after it towards the Taylor dugout. This one gets out of here. The Hall of Famer Ryan Otis thought about making that catch on the sidewalk. And then 1 hops the sidewalk and all the way to the turf. And now Ryan is directing young children who are playing on the Turner Stadium turf to go help out the baseball team and pick up that foul ball on the turf, which is about to get removed and replaced and updated with a brand new turf coming this summer. So a new look to Turner Stadium after the new turf here at baseball. This fall, Griffin skies one over the lights to our left, and another foul ball for another kid to go run after. Maybe Ryan is directing his kids about where to go and pick up those foul balls. When you're a Hall of Famer here, you can pretty much just point at anyone's kids and say, hey, we kind of need that ball back. 2 strikes to Griffin. He's 0 for 2 today. Inside and another one back to the turf. Well, I don't know what game those kids were playing, but whatever it is, it stopped, and they're on foul ball retrieval right now.
Come on now.
Check swing. Griffin goes around. 8th strikeout of the night for Noah Huseman, the 5th-year senior. All Taylor here in game 2. 16-0 home team after 5.5.
Ivanhoe's has been serving Taylor students since 1965 when Ivan and Carol Slane purchased the restaurant. Located on Main Street, Ivanhoe's is less than a mile from the Taylor campus and is open 7 days a week. The menu features choices for lunch, dinner, as well as 100 different milkshakes and sundaes. Customers can find other dessert items as well. The staff is proud to support Taylor University and appreciates the support of Ivanhoe's through the years.
Drew Loy leads off the bottom of the sixth as he came into play for Connor Crawford in center field defensively in the top half of the inning. To the left side, backhand sliding stop, Cox at short from the hole. Loy motors up, and he was out by a step. Good hustle there from Loy, out number one, and here comes Cade Vandermolen. First time in about 2 weeks after a lower body injury. Dad has made the trip out here from Iowa. He's monitoring the Mount Vernon Nazarene game on his phone, and now will watch his son bat.
For Taylor, number 5, Cade
Vandermolen, the junior out of Pella, Iowa. A 197 average, takes a strike on the first one. Stanley continues to warm up in the Taylor bullpen. Most likely we're going to see Cy when we get to the top of the seventh. 1-1 here to Vandermolen. He got hurt trying to pick a ball at first base in that Mount Vernon Nazarene series just about 2 weeks ago. It'll be 2 weeks to the day tomorrow. Has been on the shelf since. Makes his return here. Did not dress for any of the 4 games against Iwu last week. Third pitch is low, makes it 2-1. Didn't dress at all for the 4 games against Iwu. Dressed today and skies one to deep left field. Rich goes back. He stops at the warning track, backs up a little bit more, makes the catch. And there are 2 gone here for Taylor in the bottom of the 6th, ahead 16-0. Good round of applause and rightly deserved there for Vandermolen as he gave that one a ride. And the pinch hitter here will be Joe Locos, bats for Camden Knepp.
Pinch hitting for Taylor is number 18, Joe Locos.
First offering from Herbster bounces away 1-0. Locos, 5'11 sophomore from Gaithersburg, Maryland, 0 for 4 on the year as he plays in his 8th contest here in 2022. High pop up to the infield. Cox at short. Makes the grab above his head. 3 up and 3 down for Taylor here in the 6th. They're 3 outs away from the day 1 sweep. And Cy Stanley makes his walk in from the bullpen to try to wrap this one up.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
Taylor 3 outs away from a day one sweep. Final from Mount Vernon Nazarene. The Cougars come back after trailing 13-2 or 13-3 early. They win in walk-off fashion in the bottom of the 8th, 17-16. So now all Mount Vernon Nazarene needs is one win tomorrow, and they will take the regular season championship and go back to nationals for the second year in a row. Taylor hoping for 2 Huntington wins tomorrow. They, of course, need to win here. They're up 16-0, 3 outs away from finalizing that, and they need 2 wins tomorrow. So they still need to take care of their own business, but they do need some help from Huntington, and splitting the last 3 series has not helped the Trojans try to get that regular season crown. New pitcher in for the Trojans is the lefty 5'11 senior Cy Stanley. The new left fielder is Luke Carlson, and Micah Long is in catching, replacing Cowball. Gives a thumbs up. He can hear the pitch signals, which is always important. And here's Cy for his 5th appearance of the season. Fires the first one in for a called strike against Sam Newkirk, the right fielder. Cy, with just 2 1/3 innings this season, was dynamic as a freshman. Has kind of gotten caught in the wash last couple of years. Ground ball left side, scoop by Panarski, fires it on the run. They got him at first by a step. Excellent play by the third baseman, Panarski. We talked about this in game 1, but assistant coach for Grace and third base coach Justin Love, the college teammate of Cy's dad, Bruce, who's also Cy's coach at Shenandoah High School. Bruce, a fantastic workhorse starting pitcher in the 90s for Ball State. Has one of the top 5 marks for most innings in a single season. And so he and Justin Love, college teammates, get a little reunion here. The 1-0 bounced sharply into the stomach of Ruschi, fires a missile, and Bass picks that one beautifully at first, and Grace is down to their last out.
Now up for Grace.
The last hope is the catcher, Josh Kosme. Kosme 0 for 1 with a hit by pitch here in game 2. Stanley has been crazy efficient, dealing just 4 pitches in total, now 5. Huseman exits 6 innings, 1 hit, no runs, 8 strikeouts, and 2 hit by pitches. Huseman tries to get his first shutout of the season and move his record to 6-3. 2-0 here to the catcher, Kosme. Open righty batting stance. Flares that out of here, foul, 2-1. Taylor scored 3 in the first, 2 in the second, 5 in the third, 1 in the fourth, 5 in the fifth. They lead 16-0 after not shutting out a team in over a month. They're an out away from doing it in both games here today against Grace, and Stanley a strike away from finishing it off with his own left hand. 2-2 on the swing and a miss upstairs.
Come on, Cy.
Nobody on, 2 outs, top of the 7th. Stanley into the windup for the 2-2. Away, and the count is full. Here with the catcher, Kosme at the dish. Luke Carlson, the relief pitcher, summoned in to play tighter here and left. The payoff from Stanley. Kosme fouls it back, and everybody will reset and we'll do it again. Seventh pitch to Kosme, the 3-2. Off the end of the bat. Let's tee it up one more time. Three balls, 2 strikes. Kosme bats for the 3rd time. Just 4 base runners in total here in this second game for Grace. Stanley comes in, ripped, just foul by a hair. It split Panarski in the third base bag, and it landed just off the left side of that left field foul line. Good hustle from the game 1 starting pitcher and the winner, Luke Shively, to go retrieve that foul ball. Stanley quickly readies another 3-2 home. Upstairs for ball 4 on the top of the 7th, continues with a 2-out walk.
here's the second baseman, Braden McIntosh.
Braden McIntosh. Running for the Lancers over at first base is number 1, Cam Winker.
Cameron Winker, the sophomore from Fort Wayne, makes his return to his home state, runs for the catcher Cosme at first. McIntosh golfs the first one out of play. McIntosh 0 for 2 has popped out to Mason David when he was the second baseman and struck out swinging in the 5th. First inning of work for Stanley. Huseman, nothing short of spectacular here. And a spectacular curveball that's fouled off of our home plate umpire. Strike 2 here to McIntosh with Grace down to their last strike. Here at the top of the 7th, down 16-0. Taylor came in averaging 8 runs per game. They scored 1 more than that in the first game as they shut out Grace, and they've doubled their season average here in game number 2. 2 strikes to McIntosh. The runner is Winker at first. 2 outs, top of the 7th. Fouls it back as McIntosh keeps our game 2 rolling along. Stanley on the third base side of the rubber. The lefty out of the stretch steps off the mound with Winker at first base. The lefty Stanley against the righty bat of McIntosh. And the 0-2. Inside, breaking ball drops low, 1-2. Stanley out of the stretch to the second baseman, McIntosh. A low fastball that just misses at the knees, 2-2. A hair low with Stanley on that one. As the wind picks up from right to left. 2-2 to McIntosh. Swing and a miss on a sword, and Stanley ends it with a K. And the Trojans get their second straight shutout to start this 4-game series off. 16-0 the final here in game number 2. We'll take a break and come back with the Ivanhoe's post-game show. We'll hear from head coach Kyle Gould after this break on the Trojan Sports Network. Join the Trojan Club today and support Taylor student athletes 12 months a year. The Trojan Club has 4 different levels of membership for you to choose from. Each level receives complimentary season tickets, while the Athletic Director's Circle and Trojan MVP levels receive gifts from the athletic department. Over the years, members have helped supply the funds for a sports information position, purchasing equipment for teams and the athletic training staff, and providing broadcasts of Trojan athletics like the one you're enjoying right now. With the support of alumni and friends, the Taylor combination of spiritual growth, outstanding academics, and a highly competitive intercollegiate athletic program can continue. To join, call 765-998-4331 or log on to TaylorTrojans.com and click on the Trojan Club tab at the top of the homepage. The Trojan Club, supporting Taylor University student athletes.
Your heart, well, your heart is everything to you and your body, and its favorite place to be is home. Marion General Hospital has been named a nationally accredited chest pain center, which is the highest accomplishment in cardiovascular care. We are proud to provide our community with a team of cardiac experts throughout MGH. From our ambulance and emergency room to our cardiovascular departments in partnership with our experienced local cardiologists and interventional cardiologists from St. Vincent's Medical Group. The same level of cardiovascular expertise in bigger cities at larger hospitals is available right here. Everyone has their expertise. At MGH, our expertise is your heart, bringing the best in the nation home to you. Your heart is in the right place at MGH.
It's true. Many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. But But if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, we agree, and we'd like to help. Your local Edward Jones financial advisors, Ryan Jones, Mark Sieglin, and Rob Sisson, can help you get started today. They are proud corporate partners of Taylor University Athletics. Edward Jones, making sense of investing.
When you need the fuel to be your nephew's #1 fan, Holiday Inn Express. We're there, so you can be too.
Back here inside the press box at the beautiful Winterholder Field, Taylor wins Game 2 16-0 to take the first 2 games of the regular season finale over Grace. They won Game 1 9-0. I'm joined by head coach Kyle Gould. And Kyle, before we get to the 2 fantastic performances today, I want you to put your AD hat on really quick. Another Crossroads League championship for the men's golf team, and our buddy Cameron Andrew. Had to be a lot of fun watching that. I'm sure all of us kind of refresh a ton on that golf stat program that they have whenever they play in the tournament. What's it like to see them come away with win number 6?
Well, it's an incredible run, and Cam does such a great job with both the men's and women's program, and but the men's team they've graduated some great players over the years, and just keep next guys jump in. It was fun to see Noah Ross, our soccer coach's son, get runner-up in the conference. And, Gary told me he was down a couple shots and went for it in 2 on 18. I've played with his dad enough to know that wasn't even a debate for Noah. So it's a great group of guys, and Cam's is, the best golf coach in the country, and we're excited he's with us.
I'm glad you mentioned Noah. What's it like to watch a guy that I'm sure you've seen since he was, just up, such a little guy up to your knees since, this is your 18th year here. Gary's been here for so long, so that'd be pretty cool to watch a guy come from that was running around probably, just running around causing a muck here, and now he's, had a chance to win the whole thing on the back 9 on Tuesday afternoon.
Yeah, I think I met Noah when he was probably 6 months old. I used to babysit him, actually, so that's how old I am.
So you can take credit for a strong golf play with your babysit.
Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit.
Big day for both your teams. Offensively, you combine to score 25 runs, but the pitching staff flexed their muscles today. The starter, Luke Shively, picks up his 10th win of the year, tied for the single most in a single season, and Noah Huseman gets us another start. Was great in Game 2 last Thursday against Iowa, and was great here again today. They both shut out Grace. Shively had 8 strikeouts. Noah finished with 8 as well. You both kept them reasonably around in the pitch count. Really big day for your 2 aces.
Well, we knew, our only crack to win this thing would be to sweep, and we're 15-3 in conference games when those 2 start.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean it's incredible, and so we just challenged them and said, hey, we need to, we need to have as many people as possible available tomorrow. So we need you to not only be good, but you need to just stay out there. And I think even for Noah, he was so sharp, and we're scoring all those runs, and he was in the dugout for forever, and then he'd go out on the field for like a minute and be back in. And so I was. They're both seniors, and both of them are as good a pitchers as Taylor's ever had, and
that's saying something. You've had some pretty good ones.
We've
had
some
here.
Incredible ones. I mean, but those 2 are just so competitive. They're so very, very, very different. But to have them both on one team, and for both of them to have the not just the years they've had, but the careers they've had has been. It's just special to watch what those 2 do. And like I said, they pitch different. They are very different personalities. They're great friends. But they couldn't be more different. But we're just, incredibly blessed to have them, and it's just fun to watch them pitch.
Different guys offensively were doing it in Game 1. Jacob Morris was perfect, went 3 for 3 with the walk, and then TJ Bass, oh ho hum, another home run, and now he's knocking on the door of 80 runs batted in. He's really blowing that single season RBI total really out of the water that Ryan Otis set 12 years ago.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult for anyone to catch it. I mean, Yeah, TJ's had an incredible year, but I'm incredibly proud of our lineup because so many of those guys struggled last year and didn't have the years they wanted, and that's very baseball is very humbling. And And when you struggle, you got to make adjustments because there's reasons you're struggling, and sometimes guys have had success doing things one way, and they've got to be able to make adjustments, and they've done that. And it's been a lot of different guys. I thought Caleb Colpine hit some balls hard today, and he got going a little bit again, and like what a freshman year that guy's having. And Rushi had as good of a day as he's had, and like you said, Jacob Morris was good. Connor Crawford hit one out of here into the. I mean, the wind was blowing. It wasn't like wind was helping us today. And so really up and down the line, Penarski had a couple big hits. Ben Cowball, home run. But we did so much with 2 outs today, Rick, even starting in the first inning. And that's just demoralizing to a team. When you get 2 outs and feel like you're one pitch away from getting out of inning, and time again, we just got it done with 2 outs.
Is there a way that you can bottle up what you were so successful with 2 outs? Because I think if you go back and look at the 2 wins last week against Indiana Wesleyan, over 500 with 2 outs in those 2 games, obviously below that mark of the 2 losses. Is there an approach or a way you can just bottle that up, or is that just a baseball thing that sometimes some games you are just really, really good with 2 outs?
I think with 2 outs and with 2 strikes, like you're going to see the best. And so what we have gotten really good at is hitting like deep in the count. And I think you see so many teams we play, they just have a different approach where they're just so aggressive. And we have really tried to command the strike zone and get good pitches to hit and not be afraid to hit deep in the count. And their game 1 guy was leading the conference, I think, strikeouts per 9. And I was with the guys like, hey, you can't be afraid to get deep. You can't be afraid. And I just, so many big 2 outs. Cam Knapp, some big 2 out hits, like up and down the line. Mason David played really well. And so, you win by those numbers, 25-0, you're going to have some big performances. And I don't want to leave out Cy Stanley.
Yeah.
Senior came in and ended with the punch out, had a super clean inning there. And so a lot of guys contributed, and look forward to doing it again tomorrow.
Last thing, defensively, a couple nice plays. We saw Mason David make a couple nice plays a second. We saw a sliding catch from Knapp. So it wasn't just nobody getting on. There were only a handful of guys that got on today, but when they got on, your defense made some really good plays that kept those guys off the bases.
Yeah, and even Ben Cowball hosed that guy. So make perfect throw from Ben. Yeah, they made play. Nick Rushi. You get bored. It's kind of like watching those. You get bored watching Nick make sliding plays and throwing guys out. And I'll tell you what, TJ Bass. Cade got hurt, and TJ's been excellent at first base.
Couple great picks over there today.
Couple great plays. But yeah, we had one, I think, miscue, but that's okay. Penarski made some good plays after that. The secondary, man, that was a tough backhanded play. Like not all errors are like bad. Like some of them are just guys trying to make plays, and you can live with those more than like maybe the lapse in concentration. So just a great night of baseball.
Yeah, you talked about Penarski. I was so amazed at how he went. He had the throwing, but he got the ball in and out of his gloves so fast. It was like the ball got on and boom, it was already going over there. That guy is a talent.
Mike has the great internal clock. Like he always knows how much time he has, and you kind of got to watch him play a lot to get it. I think early in the year some guys got nervous, but he has a really good sense for timing, especially for a guy who's played shortstop most of his college career. Before he came to us. So it was super clean all the way around, and when all 3 phases are playing that well, you're gonna power through.
Congrats on the 2 wins. We'll talk to you tomorrow after the regular season finales.
All right. Thanks, Rick.
That's the Taylor head baseball coach and athletic director here at Taylor University, Kyle Gould, joining us here on the Ivanhoe's postgame show. The Trojans now sit at 34-16 on the year, 24-10 in the Crossroads League, now 14-5 here at home. Grace falls to 17-31. They're 10-24 in the league. They now sit at 3-13 on the road. Winning pitcher in Game 1 was Luke Shively. He's now 10-1 on the year. Noah Huseman gets the win in Game number 2. He now sits at 6-3. The Trojans outscored Grace today by a combined 25-0 in the 2 contests, and they out-hit the Lancers today 26-4. Both teams back here tomorrow, 1 o'clock start time. Make sure to stay tuned to TaylorTrojans.com for the most up-to-date information, as we've moved the schedule around quite a bit here this week. So stay tuned to that and social media for any updated numbers and start times for tomorrow's contest. We'll have them both for you here on the Trojan Sports Network. So thanks to our on-site producer today, the Yost Master General Kyle Yost. The executive producer of the Trojan Sports Network is, as always, Cameron Andry. We'll talk to you tomorrow for the final 2 games of the regular season. Taylor and Grace here tomorrow at 1 o'clock here from Winterholder Field. Until we talk to you then, we say goodnight here from Upland, Indiana.